Alright, we're starting the quiz, and I'm starting. Oh. Forgot to put the mic in front of me. Yeah, let's do this shit. What is this? The RLPS number? Let's see what this is. Oh, I don't have my RLPS number. Let me check my email. Okay, let's see. Oh man, I gotta apply for a permit. That's crazy. Hold up. Let me see what I got here. Fuck. Oh shit. Can I not copy that? Nope. Okay. I'm gonna have to take a second here. I thought I was just done and ready to just sit here for 3 hours, but looks like I gotta do some other thing. Prod. Sella.com. Yep. Okay, there's more. All right. I'll try to keep going with this. Apply for a server permit. Oh. That's what I need, right? Okay, let's see. What do I need? Okay, it says apply for server permit. Okay, that's what I need to hit then. Damn, I'm gonna have to pay again, aren't I? Yeah. Gotta register real quick. Choose my own password. In what town? I guess TN. All right, let me just go with Nashville, I guess. Yeah. Individual. Whoa, okay. It's asking for everything. Lame. All right, I hit select on my state. Did I not? Okay, there we go. Everything looks good. Yep. Gotta sacrifice a whole afternoon just to do this bullshit. Alright, I have successfully registered. Now I can log in. Damn it. Apply for new permit, please and thank you. Woof, okay. This is gonna be a lot more than I thought. I thought I was just gonna sit down and take some stupid tests, bro. Permits and licenses. Contact. Permittee is me, right? Yep. Oh, no nickname. I hit the wrong button. Man, it's asking for everything. Let me get my wallet. That's crazy. Oh, I don't want to do autofill. How's my... I think it should be valid now. None. I have not. Oh, good. There's an option. What? Oh, I have to type none? Okay. I actually have to type it. What am I doing wrong here? Oh. Okay. Continue with application. Hey, I'm still gonna do what I'm gonna do, bro. This is Wilson County, right? Yeah. Shit. Just gotta. Alright. I gotta do a couple picture takings on it. This show bullshit. They make you jump through hoops just to start a fucking test, though? It's insane. Insanity. Oh man, I gotta send myself an email now too. So just one of the following? You download those fucking pictures. I went to my downloads though, right? It's my driver's license. Please. Hold on. Just in case. Okay. Continue application. Yes, please. Man, they're making me jump through hoops. Let me put my license back, otherwise I'll forget it. What does it say? Comply with the laws, yes. Yes. Continue. Yep, that's me. I agree. Continue application. $20, so I just paid $50 for all this shit. Continue application. Now I gotta pay the fees. So lame. Yeah, submit. Service of 47 cents. Man, they're just trying to squeeze anything they can out of you. Supposed to redirect me? Uh-oh. Oh! Don't tell me I just lost my application. Please tell me it's still there. I had to turn off ad blocker because it blocked the fucking pop-up. Oh my god, no. I just did all that, bro. The fucking pop-up, bro. No way. I have to do it all over again. The fucking ad blocker, man. Oh, fuck me, bro. I gotta reload. I gotta redo it. Oh, it's alright. At least now I know what they're asking for. It's all gonna be fucking empty, isn't it? Oh no, okay. Continue. Okay, just hit continue. Oh, thank goodness. Yes, continue. Oh, thank God. Oh, must accept. I thought I did. Continue application. Okay, now I just gotta pay for it. There we go. All right. Oh. What the? I'll just do it by hand then. Oh man, my card expires this fucking year. Damn it. About to say if it didn't process payment, just go through. I know what I'm trying to pay for. My record number, there it is. Yeah. Give me that. I can't copy and paste to this page? Oh my god, you already shitting me. It's really doing everything I can to make this as hard as possible. Uh-huh. Submit. Yay! Completed. We did it. Progress. Alright, let me save this page. Bookmark. How do I do that? There's a star. There it is. What was that? Course material. I didn't even see it. I have to download the course material. Yeah, I'm not reading all that, but I'm sure I can highlight and look at the specific parts. Wait. I downloaded it, right? Shit. Okay, I got it. Downloads. New folder. Oh. And save. Alright, I downloaded it. What now? '50-question final exam with a score of 70 above to receive the permit. You may rewatch it. Okay. Oh, damn. So you can't make it go faster. Okay, so they're trying to do everything possible for you to pass this.
Welcome to Tennessee ABC Cards.
Oh, here we go.
Server Training Program. This course was developed by Tennessee Hospitality Professional Veterans. This course has been certified by the TABC as satisfying the requirements of the Alcohol Server Responsibility Training Act of 1995. In this course, we're going to discuss different issues like intoxication and the law of alcohol. And we're also going to do our best to give you some techniques for dealing with alcohol-related incidents and high-risk scenarios. We'll also try to include some practical applications that you can take with you in your career as a professional server of alcohol in the state of Tennessee. Please pay close attention to the downloadable course materials that you downloaded before this video. And if you have any questions or want any clarifications about anything, please email us. It's the best way to contact us, and that is at tnabccards@gmail.com. Good luck.
All right, mark as complete.
A history of alcohol. Alcohol has been a part of human history as long as humans have lived together in communities. Archaeological evidence suggests that intentionally fermented beverages have been produced since the Neolithic era, about 10,000 BC. There is evidence of fermented rice beverages in China dating to around 7,000 BC, and further evidence of alcohol consumption in ancient Egypt and Babylon dating to around 3,000 BC.
It's been around for forever.
Hispanic Central American cultures, alcohol production and consumption dates to around 2000 BC. Alcohol's medicinal and destructive properties are mentioned in ancient Hindu texts, Sumerian and Egyptian writings, as well as the Hebrew Bible. Alcohol was consumed as a part of breakfast in classical Greece. By the 1st century BC,
Can't believe I gotta
alcohol
watch
was
this
part of the
shit.
daily diet of most Roman citizens. They drank a mostly diluted version of wine. In Europe, during the Middle Ages, a low-strength
Because if
beer
they
was
drank the whole
consumed
thing, it
as
would
an
have
everyday
been
drink
bad.
for all classes of people, even nuns. An early church document allowed nuns 6 pints of ale a day. Cider and wine were also widely used in the Middle Ages, but mostly among the upper class. During the Protestant Reformation, men like John Calvin and Martin Luther differed with the Catholic Church on many things, but alcohol was not one of them. Alcohol was viewed as a gift from God, created to be used for pleasure and health in moderation. Drunkenness was viewed as a sin, but alcohol itself was seen as a beneficial thing. There's no known date for the beginning of distilling spirits. The first written record of whiskey comes from 1405 Ireland, with Scotland distilling a form of whiskey from barley in 1494. By the 17th century, the English, French, and Dutch were all distilling a drink from juniper berries that would come to be known as gin. In In 1685, the English were so enamored with this drink that Parliament passed a law to encourage its production. Encouraged by public policy, Europe was soon awash in cheap hard liquor for the first time in history. Many societal problems arose from the mass availability of cheap liquor, and by 1736, England had done a total turnaround. They began passing laws to limit the production and discourage the consumption of alcohol. It was the beginning of what has led you to this class today, the restrictions of alcohol by governments. What is often called the gin epidemic was a problem in 18th century England.
18th century
In 1743,
England.
a nation of 6.5 million people consumed 18 million gallons of gin.
Oof.
This is not the first time in history people binge drank, but the creation of distilled spirits exacerbated the problem.
That's a long break there, brother. It exacerbated the problem.
Alcohol played a prominent role in colonial America. It has been famously noted that the Pilgrims brought more beer than water with them on the Mayflower. Though it should be noted that fermented drinks were often safer than water at the time, as water purification methods
It's
had yet
not
to be
a
developed.
thing.
In early colonial societies, the creation of alcohol was a vital part of every settlement. Ben Franklin once noted, "Beer is proof God loves us and wants us to be happy." As the 18th and 19th centuries progressed, drunkenness became a more widespread problem. In 1828, Tennessean Andrew Jackson was elected president. Jackson was seen as the common man's president, and everyone in the country was invited to the inauguration in Washington. Literally, if you could get there, you could go. White House grounds were open to the public, and his inauguration turned into a two-day drunken party that never stopped. People were
Two-day
passed
drunken
out on
party?
the White House lawn. People drank from and broke chalices that had been presented to the country as gifts. Drapery and chairs were destroyed,
Yeah.
and critics lambasted Jackson and his supporters as nothing but drunks. America in the 1830s was a time of great change. Jackson arrived at the White House in a horse and carriage, and he left 8 years later on a railroad train. The 1830s were in many ways like the 1960s, as new ideas and ways of living became popular. Ideas like vegetarianism, abolitionism, and transcendentalism were sweeping the country as a new generation of Americans took control of society. One of these new ideas was that of alcoholism, and the idea that its use and production needed to be restricted for the good of society. William Lloyd Garrison is famous for his advocacy of the abolition of slavery. His newspaper, The Liberator, was also one of the first American publications to call for temperance in the use of alcohol. The next 60 years saw a steady growth of public support for this position. By the 1890s, groups like the Anti-Saloon League and Women's Christian Temperance Union boasted memberships in the thousands, and public support for the prohibition of alcohol was growing. In 1919, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution was ratified, and the prohibition of alcohol went into effect in the United States. The move led to a rise in organized crime and made criminals out of otherwise law-abiding citizens, as the nation's desire for alcohol never abated. All through the 1920s, America's politicians were known as either wets or dries, and the issue continued to arouse passions on each side of the debate. In 1933, the 21st Amendment to the Constitution was ratified, effectively repealing the 18th Amendment. For the last 80 years, alcohol has been legal in the United States, but the amendment allows for the continued prohibition under state
The
or
prohibition,
local law.
yeah.
As a result, the laws governing the production, consumption, and distribution of alcohol were largely left up to the states and local municipalities over the course of the 20th century. There are
Caused a lot of problems
3,142
with crime,
counties,
especially.
parishes, and boroughs in the United States today, and over 500 of them remain dry. All right, first we're going to talk about intoxication and the effect of alcohol on the body.
In the body.
You have to know how alcohol travels through the body and how the body gets rid of it. It's also important to understand the factors that contribute to the concentration of alcohol in the bloodstream. Knowing these things will help you prevent intoxication and danger when serving your guest. Alcohol affects multiple systems of the brain. Unlike other drugs, which usually mock or block certain neuroreceptors, alcohol can stimulate some parts of the brain, numb some other parts of the brain, increase blood flow to some parts of the brain, and decrease blood flow to some parts of the brain. In essence, alcohol is extremely unpredictable, which is why it's so important that you're taking this training. Alcohol is classified as a depressant, but it can have stimulating effects on the brain and body as well. I'm sure if you've ever had alcohol before, you understand that different types of alcohol can make you feel different ways. The way you feel after drinking beer is different than the way you feel after drinking whiskey or drinking tequila or drinking wine. The main interactions between alcohol and the body are absorption and metabolism. Knowing the difference between these two is incredibly important. Absorption is alcohol going into the bloodstream, which is how it gets to your brain, which is how it makes a person intoxicated. Metabolism is how alcohol leaves the body altogether. Knowing how alcohol affects the body is crucial to preventing overconsumption and intoxication.
Okay. Alcohol blood content.
Blood alcohol content is, like it sounds, the amount of alcohol in the bloodstream. In Tennessee, it is illegal to drive with a BAC of 0.08 or higher.
0.08.
Tolerance does not affect blood alcohol content.
I should probably write that down.
In other words, people who exhibit fewer signs of intoxication do not have extraordinary livers or any other type of superhuman abilities. Their blood alcohol content may be just the same as a guest showing far more signs of intoxication by stumbling, slurring their speech, or falling asleep. While the guest with a greater tolerance may seem just fine, he might still have a very high blood alcohol content. The only thing that lowers a guest's blood alcohol content level
is time and water.
Time and metabolism through the processes we will discuss. It takes the liver, the main organ responsible for metabolizing alcohol, about 1 hour to remove one drink from the body. We will discuss further what one drink means, but it takes the liver 1 hour to remove that much alcohol. Stimulation from coffee or fresh air, exercise, or whatever else does not reduce the blood alcohol level. This is a misconception. There are many misconceptions about other ways to reduce blood alcohol content, but the liver can only work so fast in reducing blood alcohol content. And only time can decrease the effect of alcohol. Since the liver can only break down so much alcohol at a time, if a guest drinks more than the liver can process, there will be a buildup of alcohol that needs to be processed by the liver. This alcohol remains in the bloodstream and the blood alcohol content increases. Now, it's not necessarily your responsibility to know every guest's individual blood alcohol content, but you should be able to roughly estimate it by counting drinks, paying attention to how long your customer is drinking, and paying attention to how fast they're drinking. We will discuss some techniques as to how to do this and prevent intoxication and intoxication-related incidences at your establishment as the course goes on. And as always, throughout this course, please feel free to email us by clicking the link at the bottom of your screen to ask any questions. Now we're going to talk a little bit about tolerance. The great actor and American humorist George Burns has a quote where he says, "It only takes me one drink to get drunk. The problem is, I can never remember if it's the 13th or 14th drink." And that kind of describes what tolerance is all about. Most people, if they drank 13 drinks, obviously would be very intoxicated. The problem with a guest with high tolerance makes them very, very dangerous is that it's hard to tell how intoxicated or what their BAC actually is. And usually, by the time you are able to tell, it's too late.
Blood alcohol content?
So, what is tolerance? Tolerance is a decrease in the body's sensitivity to alcohol. It can be some type of individual adaptation that someone is, just.
This is actually a good setup to do this. I get to learn this bullshit while still doing what I want to do.
With their mind or physical coordination, it could just be that alcohol affects them in a completely different way than it does most people. Tolerance is something that evolves over time in a person, and everyone will experience it a little bit differently. Some people may exhibit a lot of signs of intoxication where they talk louder or lose their inhibitions, but they might keep their physical coordination. Some people might lose their physical coordination, but still be able to carry on a meaningful and intelligent conversation. Some people may show no signs of intoxication, but may get a very upset stomach after drinking. Different people have different kinds of tolerances. And it's important to recognize a guest with a high tolerance because tolerance, again, has no effect on blood alcohol content. So just because someone seems fine and seems okay while you're serving them alcohol, if they have had enough drinks to where their BAC is incredibly high, and you know this from the training you're getting to taking this class, then you need to cease service to them at some point. Because the dangerous thing about high tolerance drinkers is when they do exhibit signs of intoxication, it's not gradual like other people. Other people will gradually, most people with normal tolerances, in other words, will gradually show signs of intoxication more and more as they drink, where a high tolerance drinker will show little to no signs of intoxication until the sign of intoxication they do show is something really bad, like falling, passing out, or puking on themselves, or losing control of their, urine, or defecating on themselves, something of that nature. And it truly, from my experience, is that way. And when your high tolerance drinker is quote unquote drunk, that the signs they're going to show are drastic when they finally show up. So even more so sometimes than low tolerance drinkers, because low tolerance drinkers will at least show their signs
immediately,
more and more gradually, and you will have a bit of that warning before you need to cut them off. With a high tolerance drinker, it comes out of nowhere, and it's always or usually a very, very bad sign of intoxication. Again, if you have any questions about this particular topic or anything else that we're talking about on this course today, click at the bottom of your screen to send us an email with those questions.
All right, alcohol metabolism, absorption probably next.
Okay, so we said we were going to talk about how alcohol interacts with the body. The two big things are metabolism and absorption. First, we're going to talk about absorption because that's what happens first. Alcohol is absorbed, not digested. So what that means is that alcohol does not have to travel through the entire digestive system to get into your blood. When you start drinking, say you get off work and you have a beer, right after you take the first couple of drinks, you're going to immediately feel the effects of alcohol. And that's because 20% of the alcohol is absorbed immediately through the mouth, the throat, and the stomach. So, for instance, if you're drinking with a straw instead of without a straw, then you might take a little bit longer to feel the effects of alcohol because it misses that tissue in your mouth that absorbs alcohol.
That's
the vast majority of
insane.
the alcohol
That's good to
that
know.
you consume or that the guest consumes, about 80% of it is absorbed into the body, into the blood, through the small intestines. And that's where the majority of the alcohol is going to get into the blood, and that's where the process of becoming intoxicated, getting drunk happens, really is by the alcohol absorbing into the blood through the small intestines. Now, the emptying time of the stomach affects the rate in which alcohol is absorbed into the bloodstream. So if you eat something, that may cause the alcohol to absorb slower. As a matter of fact, it might cause the alcohol to absorb up to 3 times slower.
I'm taking notes too, just in
Which
case.
is a more moderate pace, which is ideal for you as a server. You do not want your guest alcohol to absorb into their bloodstream quickly. You want it to absorb into the bloodstream
Slowly.
moderately. Food and water mixed in with the alcohol in the stomach can slow that absorption into the blood down some.
Significantly too.
Carbonation mixed with alcohol can speed up absorption by stimulating the villi in your stomach and intestines. The villi are the outer layers of the intestinal and stomach tissue.
I don't think I'll need to know
absorb
that.
nutrients and other things into the blood. And
But it's
when you
all
have
there
a
on the notes,
carbonated
too.
beverage like vodka tonic or a Jack and Coke
Jack
or
and Coke.
a beer or anything where there's carbonation involved, then it's going to excite or stimulate the villi, those little fingers on the stomach tissue, and make them more receptive to alcohol and other things being absorbed into the system. So, to refresh, 20% of all the alcohol is absorbed immediately through the mouth, the throat, and stomach, and the remaining 80% is absorbed into the
In the
body
lungs.
through the small intestines.
Oh, I don't know why I
If you
said
have any
lungs.
questions, feel free to click
I was reading lungs.
link at the bottom to email us any of your questions. You can pause
For
and restart
metabolism,
this
it
live,
metabolizes to
of
the
course,
skin, kidneys, and
anytime you'd
lungs.
like. All right, so the other process we're going to talk about, other than absorption of alcohol, is metabolism.
Metabolism.
It's two separate processes. Once alcohol is absorbed into the bloodstream,
It gets
then the
metabolized
body
out.
begins the process of metabolism, or as some people call it, metabolization.
Metabolization.
90% of the metabolism occurs in the liver.
I'm giving
liver
that
is
like
the,
95%
main
brain power
organ
and
when it
this
comes to
5%.
metabolizing alcohol. When people have alcohol-related medical problems, a lot of time it's cirrhosis of the liver or some other kind of deficiency in the liver, because metabolism of alcohol is extremely tough on the liver, more so than absorption into the bloodstream is, of course. 10% of the metabolism, or the alcohol, is metabolized through the skin, the kidneys, and lungs. So, for instance, if you go out and have a little too much to drink and you wake up the next morning and you still smell like a brewery or a gin
Yep.
distillery or whatever,
That's your
that
lungs and
is
skin.
the skin, which is the largest organ in your body,
Metabolizing.
that alcohol.
Uh,
The kidneys,
getting it out of
when
you.
you have some drinks,
Pissing it
you
out.
tend to go to the restroom more often, and in a lot of ways that's the kidneys trying to do their best to aid in the the metabolism of alcohol as well. And then your lungs, when people take a breathalyzer, either with the ignition lock or when the police pull someone over, the alcohol particles that you breathe into the breathalyzer are a result of the lungs trying to process and metabolize some of that alcohol.
Mhm.
The liver uses various enzymes to break alcohol down from ethanol to water and carbon dioxide. This is a little bit higher level science, but just so you know, alcohol is broken down in the liver first by an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase. And alcohol dehydrogenase breaks alcohol down into a chemical called acetaldehyde, which, just like it sounds, is very closely related to formaldehyde. Then another enzyme, aldehyde dehydrogenase, breaks acetaldehyde down into acetate. And acetate is then eventually broken down into water and carbon dioxide,
For you to
and then it's
piss up.
evacuated from your body, usually through the urinary tract. And a lot of these remnants from metabolism, like acetaldehyde and like aldehyde dehydrogenase,
Get put out through the
and,
skin.
acetate, some of those don't get all the way evacuated
Oh.
from the body, and a lot of people, a lot of scientists have determined that this can be some of the cause for hangovers, in addition to dehydration and congeners and a lowered cytokine.
Today's Father's Day?
Cell levels. But basically, the reason for telling you all of this higher level science is to explain to you that alcohol can only be broken down in this process, and this process cannot be sped up by outside substances like air, more oxygen, or more blood or caffeine or other stimulants. These enzymes break these things down in a very specific way that takes just that amount of time. Again, if you have any questions about any of this, you can always pause the lecture and email us questions, and we'll get back to you as soon as we absolutely can.
Mark, that's complete. Now I get to take a quiz. Small intestine. What organ metabolizes the majority of alcohol you consume? The liver. Tolerance of false. No effect on BAC. False. It's 100%. It's 100%. All right, we carry on. I was stressing over this. Dude, they give you all the notes. They highlight all the important shit. They want you to pass. You'd have to be fucking... I don't want to say it. You'd have to be some sort of way to not pass this shit. I gotta be real with you.
Okay, so now moving on to the next area, we're going to talk about how to recognize intoxication in your guests. And the first thing we're going to talk about as far as recognizing intoxication is how to spot somebody that may be more or less affected by alcohol. So your guest is going to give you some tells, some indications as to how they're going to deal with their alcohol. We're going to talk a little bit about some of those. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are some of the main factors. Some of them we're going to discuss a lot, and some of them we're going to discuss a lot about. So the first one is food, and we've already kind of talked about why this is important, but we're going to talk about it again because it's very important. It's probably the biggest factor in determining how fast the blood alcohol content is rising. Like we were talking about, alcohol must move through the stomach to get to the small intestines, and that's where the majority of the alcohol gets absorbed into the blood. So if there's food in the stomach, it's going to take the alcohol longer to get to the small intestines. It takes the alcohol longer to get to the small intestines. Less of it gets to the small intestines at a time, then less of it gets into the blood at a time, and the guest has a more moderate increase in their blood alcohol content, and therefore a more moderate increase in their behavioral and physical signs of intoxication, which we'll talk about in a second. And that, again, is ideal for you. So if your guest has a full stomach, then they are going to be a lot easier to deal with than a guest who is drinking on an empty stomach, because the alcohol is going to get in their blood slower. Always offer food to your guests who are drinking alcohol. Even if they say that they are only there to drink, ask them if they would like to get some appetizers too. You know, just something to nibble on. And either way, water has the same effect, or not the same effect, but a similar effect in diluting the alcohol and slowing it into the small intestines. So we're going to talk about
size of a person.
Always offer food and always offer water to guests who are consuming alcohol. It's also important to note with food that food must be consumed either before or during drinking alcohol to have an effect on the guest's blood alcohol content. Food eaten after drinking really doesn't have any effect on how fast a guest BAC is increasing. All it really does is give the liver a little bit more time to catch up. So it's a good idea to have some food instead of drinking more, but it's not going to affect how fast it absorbs into the bloodstream unless it's going in there with the alcohol or unless it's going in before
the alcohol, yeah.
So the next factor we're going to talk about is type of drink consumed. The kind of drink that a guest is having can affect how the alcohol is absorbed. For example, being intoxicated on whiskey is different than being intoxicated on wine. And a mixed or diluted drink is going to absorb slower than a straight shot of liquor, just like alcohol absorbs slower when it's in the stomach with food. If there's something else in there, then that's just something that the body has to deal with other than alcohol. So a straight shot's going to absorb a lot faster. And like we talked about before, carbonated beverages speed up the rate at which alcohol enters the bloodstream. Drinks like beer or liquids that are mixed with tonic or soda or cola will often raise a guest's BAC faster than wine or drinks mixed with water or juices. And a personal observation and kind of a public service announcement to you, I would certainly suggest that when you have guests that are drinking high gravity beer that is above about 6 or 7% alcohol in the beer, and especially if they seem like they're inexperienced drinkers,
probably serve them less or watch them.
To just point that out to them and let them know that what they are drinking has a tremendous amount of alcohol. Like we'll talk about later, 3 pints of 8% beer is the equivalent of 7 drinks. So a lot of people drink that faster than they should. And another thing, it just seems like high gravity beer hits people harder because of the carbonation, because of the speed of consumption.
Yeah. It goes down super easy, man.
The next factor is the size of a person. And this one's pretty simple to understand. The larger a person is, the lower their blood alcohol content's going to be. It's just like if you were to put food coloring in a small cup of water,
yep,
or food coloring in a large bucket of water, the large bucket of water is going to show less of the color, and that's just the way it is with alcohol and blood. So a larger person is going to have a lower BAC. Now, the next one we're talking about is fat versus muscle content.
Fat absorbs alcohol more.
BAC, body fat does not absorb alcohol.
Oh.
Muscle tissue is able to absorb alcohol temporarily, which means that there's more space in the blood for the alcohol to be, which means that the BAC is going to be lower. So, on the whole, someone with more body fat is going to have a higher blood alcohol content than someone with the same size that's lean.
More muscle, huh? Okay.
All right. The next factor we're going to talk about is rate of consumption. And again, this one's fairly simple to understand. The faster you drink, the drunker you get. We already talked about how the liver can only work at a certain pace. It can process 1 drink an hour. And again, we're going to talk about what drinking in a moment. But if the liver can only process 1 drink an hour, and it only has a finite number of these enzymes that we discussed earlier, then once the liver is at capacity, all the additional alcohol that's introduced into the system is backed up into the bloodstream, and it stays there waiting for its turn to get into the liver. And while it's in the blood, it continues to go through the brain and the rest of the body and the nervous system and increase a guest's intoxication. So the big thing is, if you have a guest that's trying to drink very fast, then you need to try your best to moderate their pace of drinking. I was always taught that as an alcohol server, as a bartender or a waiter that serves alcohol, it is not really your job to give people alcohol. If people came into your establishment and you weren't there to serve them,
motherfucker,
they wouldn't walk around blindly into the walls. They would drink alcohol. People are going to drink whether you're there or not. Your job and what this training is for is to control and moderate their drinking in a way that is societally acceptable and safe for the general public. So if you have a guest that's trying to drink fast, then you need to do whatever you can reasonably to slow that guest down. If that means giving them water, if that means giving them food, if that means engaging them in a long conversation, or if that means giving them subpar service. It really isn't bad service because you're doing them a favor. But if it means ignoring the guest for a short period of time, and
then so
communicate with
be
the
it.
manager that, hey, I need you to help me keep an eye on this particular customer because they're drinking very fast, or they're trying to drink very fast. You are the arbiter of who you serve alcohol to. You don't have to serve anybody you're uncomfortable with. If you have a guest that's drinking very fast, it's perfectly acceptable to say, I'm sorry, but I would like you to have a glass of water or something else to drink before I give you another
drink.
alcoholic drink. So just do that and try to keep the rate that your guest is drinking at to a minimum. If you're unable to stop it, or you observe it maybe from someone that you're not serving, that someone else that your establishment is serving, you need to communicate.
You need to say something.
Coworkers,
See something, say
managers,
something.
Managers, so that you can mitigate the damage that drinking too fast can do. The next factor is drugs and medications. And simply put, if you have any reasonable knowledge or belief, or any reason to know or believe that your guest is using recreational drugs or mind-altering prescription medications, then it is illegal. You are prohibited from serving that guest alcohol. If that guest even has a BAC of anything above 0 and goes out and harms someone or does property damage or anything like that,
it's on you.
You can be held accountable, and we'll talk more about that in the legal section. But that's your legal responsibility. And the reason that is because alcohol, like we already talked about, is incredibly unpredictable. And when you mix it with recreational drugs or mind-altering medications, and even medications that aren't mind-altering, like antihistamines or some stronger cold medicines, you can have even more unpredictable and dangerous effects when those are combined together. The next factor is emotional condition. So your mood, basically. And your mood can be affected by alcohol. And the mood that you're already in can affect the way or can change the way alcohol affects you. As we're going to talk about, your mood slightly improves when your BAC is about 0.02 to 0.05. That's scientific psychological studies have shown that. But that at about 0.07, generally one's mood starts to flatten out and even decline and deteriorate. Feelings of unhappiness or apprehension prior to drinking can increase or become exaggerated during and after drinking. And stress emotions such as depression, anxiety, and anger can also cause a change in the enzymes in the stomach and in the rest of the body, and affect how one processes alcohol. And I'll say right here that I always say to everybody that's entering this business is just one cardinal rule of serving alcohol is never, ever, 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 ever serve someone who's crying. It will never work out.
Never serve anybody who's crying.
The next factor we're going to talk about is gender. There are biological differences between men and women. Generally speaking, obviously not everybody's the same. All women are different individually. All men are different individually. But there are just some evolutionary characteristics, like the fact that in general, females tend to have a higher percentage of body fat. Like we talked about, fat and muscle content affect the way one absorbs alcohol. And for whatever reason, females tend to have a lower number of those liver enzymes that help metabolize alcohol. So, on a whole, females tend to have a higher BAC than males. Now, that doesn't mean that they'll always show more signs of intoxication. It doesn't mean that they can't handle their booze. It just means that they are going to have a higher blood alcohol content because of the way they are biological. And the last one we're going to talk about, and again, this isn't an exhaustive list. There are a lot of other factors, and some of the factors might be involved in the kind of place you work at or the kind of event you're at. But these are just some of the individual factors, the factors of your individual guests that you can look at. But the last one we'll talk about is expectations. And study after study has shown that when people set out with the mindset of getting intoxicated, that they usually are able to achieve their goals. So when people go out with an idea or an expectation of getting drunk, then they're probably going to drink faster. They're probably going to drink more concentrated drinks and take shots and things.
Yeah,
like
emotional
that.
people.
And
Yup.
again, you can kind of relate this one, expectations, to the kind of drink that they're having. You can tell a lot about what your guest expectations are by what kind of drink that they order when they come to you. So that concludes talking about the individual factors that affect blood alcohol within your guests. Again, if you have any questions about this particular part, you can always pause the lecture and email us and then start back up where you left off. Okay, so when we talk about signs of intoxication, again, it is up to you as a server to pay close attention to the guest and note the changes in their physical and behavioral characteristics. And we'll repeat this a lot, but the change in the characteristics can be a lot more important than the actual characteristics themselves. This is because, like we talked about, tolerance, right? Some people experience alcohol in different ways, and if someone has a high tolerance, then you might not be able to tell that they're intoxicated unless you're paying really close attention to the way their behaviors change. So first, we're going to talk about the physical characteristic changes, and the two big ones here are coordination and reaction time. The first one is coordination.
Coordination.
A customer's motor skills might be affected by alcohol. This can be noticeable when they have trouble walking, sitting, or standing, or handling their wallets or their phones. Take a second and think about some other ways that a guest coordination deficit might be noticeable to you. Could you think of any? Well, some that I've noticed throughout my career are when a guest has trouble taking off or putting on a jacket. Or when a guest has trouble operating a door. And sometimes a guest might have trouble picking up keys or a ticket or a pin off of the floor, something off of the ground. That can show you a lot about their physical coordination there. Oh, and another one is when they try to light a cigarette, if you're in an establishment that allows smoking in Tennessee, some of the last bastions of free society. Another one is reaction
Free bastards
time.
of society.
Slowed reaction or response time is another physical sign of intoxication.
Huh?
If a guest appears tired or they can't keep their train of thought or they become forgetful, these could be signs of intoxication. Take a second and think about some signs of intoxication, some signs of a slowed reaction time. Some that I've noticed are when a guest tries to pay their tab after they've already paid it. Sometimes they'll try a second or third time. Sometimes a guest will, again, if you're in a smoking establishment, will light a cigarette when they've already got one lit in the ashtray, or will order a drink when they've already got a full drink sitting there. Other times, you might ask a guest a question about what they would like, or if they would like some food or another drink or something, and it might take them an abnormally long time to respond to you. These can be signs that their reaction time's a little bit off. And if a guest actually falls asleep at your establishment, do not serve them any more alcohol. When they wake up, which you should definitely wake them up, offer them a water, offer them a coffee, and try your best to find them a ride home as soon as possible. Okay, the next kind of signs of intoxication we're talking about are behavioral characteristic changes. And the big one here is judgment. Alcohol is notorious for making bad decisions unlike good ones. You will hear a lot of grandiose plans and unrealistic things from people who are having drinks at your establishment. If a guest also becomes argumentative or starts making inappropriate statements or irrational comments, or if a guest begins to drink faster or take shots, these can be signs that their alcohol consumption is negatively affecting their judgment. Can you think of any other ways that a guest might show you that their judgment is starting to become less sound? Well, if a guest becomes flirtatious, if they start discussing politics or saying racist,
everybody discusses politics, homie.
homophobic or sexist statements, these can be signs of bad judgment. If guests start talking politics or religion, there's the old adage that you shouldn't talk politics or religion at the bar. And the reason is because people get incredibly sensitive about those subjects, and it doesn't take much to start an argument, and when people are intoxicated, that can get out of control quickly. So try your best to change the subject if you hear something like that come up.
What about the football game?
Another behavioral characteristic change can be people lowering their inhibitions. So often people drink to relax, and that relaxation can translate into lowered inhibitions. If a guest becomes more extroverted, speaking really loudly, singing, or being flirtatious or affectionate, sometimes people will make out at the bar. If that happens, then that's probably a sign that they've had too much to drink, and you should see service to them. And there's probably some establishment policy you can lean on to get that done. But this can all be a result of alcohol consumption affecting a guest's inhibition and restraint. And lowered inhibitions are really just a symptom of bad judgment. So, as far as these signs of intoxication goes, again, it's really important to remember that the change in the behavior is more important than the actual behavior. So if you have a guest that has a high tolerance and you notice that his reaction time slows just a little bit, or that his voice gets a little bit louder, or he starts to play the drums on the bar or air guitar to a song on the jukebox,
I do that anyways.
To let you know that that guest is starting to experience his intoxication a little bit more. And these signs of intoxication are cumulative and progressive. So while the guest drinks, the signs are going to become more pronounced, and different signs are going to compile and combine and get more intense. So, and if you have any questions about this, remember you can click on the link at the bottom to shoot us an email. We'll get right back to you as soon as we can and answer your questions. All right. Now we're going to talk about counting drinks.
Behavior.
It is critical that you pay attention to how much alcohol your guest has consumed. The number of drinks a guest consumes on your watch is the only thing that you can know for sure.
No.
You can't know how many drinks they've had before they came in. You can't know if they are under the influence of drugs or medication, or if they have a mental impairment. You can know how much alcohol that you have.
I'm hotboxing this bitch, I just realized.
Beer, wine, and liquor are the three main categories of alcoholic beverages, and they all have different concentrations of alcohol. Proof is a term for identifying the amount of pure alcohol in its distilled liquor. The proof of a liquor is a term used to show the percentage of pure alcohol. If you divide the proof in half to find the alcohol by volume content, for example, Jack Daniel's is 80 proof, meaning that it contains 40% pure alcohol.
Okay.
A drink is not a menu item. There's a big difference in a Bud Light and a martini. A drink is defined by the amount of pure alcohol it contains. And for our purposes, we are going to identify a drink as having a half an ounce of pure alcohol.
So 40%?
Depending on the amount of alcohol in the beer or wine or liquor, that will determine how many drinks you're serving. So, for instance, in a 12-ounce beer, or a 5-ounce glass of wine, or a 1-ounce pour of 100 proof liquor, or a 1 1/4 ounce pour of 80 proof liquor, those all equal one drink. So half an ounce of pure alcohol. And remember that 100 proof means it's 50% pure alcohol, so you can kind of do the math there. 1 times 1/2, 0.5. 1 1/4 ounce times 40% or 80 proof equals 0.5. And if you're not great at math, it's not a huge deal. This is not the most important part of the test, but it is something that you need to know and you need to be aware of, be able to generally calculate these things. And I encourage you to refer to those course materials that you downloaded at the beginning of the class for references.
I got them pulled up on the side.
But, you know, just pay attention and try to have a general idea of the different kinds of alcohol concentrations and the amounts of alcohol, different kinds of alcohol that make a drink. Of course, not all beers or wines have the same concentrations of alcohol.
Yep. All different shit.
Most of your beers have about 4% alcohol, so a 12 ounce times 0.04, that gives you half an ounce. But if you have a beer that has an 8% or 7% or 10% of alcohol, then you're going to have significantly more drinks in that 12 ounce. Not all liquors are exactly 80 proof or 100 proof. You have some rums that can go up to 151.
151, damn.
And you have some liquors that are only 70 proof, so they're only 35% alcohol.
100 proof would be
serving shots or
1.25.
Someone, you know, that's a way that you can slow them down, is to suggest a drink that has a lower concentration of alcohol. But the main thing is that you pay attention to the drink recipes, the serving and the bottle sizes, and the alcohol contents that are on the labels of the bottles at your establishment. Look at the math for different kinds.
This is all interesting shit.
Questions on a quiz. You know, just try to figure those out and pay attention to what the answers are if you don't get them right, and refer back to your course materials. And if you have any questions about the section or want any clarifications, feel free to email us at tnabccards@gmail.com.
I wonder how many people actually do email them though. All right, counting drinks. Law of alcohol. I'm sure that's next.
Okay, now we're going to take a look at some alcohol by volume for different kinds of alcohol that you might see in your establishment. If you look here, you can see with the Bud Light, the Miller Lite, the Coors Light, I mean, that's a giant portion of the beer sales in America. And all of those are right at 4%. So when you're talking
Bro, I swear if I get this shiny while I'm doing this, it's gonna be the craziest thing.
Budweiser is going to have 5% alcohol, which is not greatly significant, but it can make a difference.
I'm gonna take a picture of that
So,
in case they ask what has alcohol by volume.
Based out of Nashville, that's
Boom.
5.8% alcohol. Your Bell's Two Hearted Ale, more popular.
And I'm still taking notes while playing a fucking game. Come at me.
Then you see the Yazoo Funk Fest and the Bell's Porter, some of these really high gravity beers at 10%. That means that a 12 ounce pour of those is almost 2 drinks. So that can really have a effect on a customer, especially if they're not used to drinking that kind of high gravity beer. Now we look at some different spirits here, and Pickers Vodka out of Tennessee is 80 proof. Most vodkas are 80 proof. Most of your normal clear liquors, 80 proof. Jack Daniels, 80 proof, old number 7. Of course, a single barrel is 94 proof, and that's 47% alcohol, and that's when you start getting into some pretty stout effects, and that's only for like a 1.5 ounce pour there. Sailor Jerry and your 151s, that's 151 proof, which means it's 75.5% alcohol.
Sailor Jerry's. God. I wonder if anybody's chugged the whole thing and just fucking croaked.
To up to 15%, and then you have some more stout and dessert type wines that can get up to 16 and 20% or more. So, you know, just be careful to check the ABV on the alcohols that you're selling. You know, when you get new things in, make sure you're aware of that, especially if it's a high alcohol drink. You are supposed to be there to help your customer and navigate them through this so that they don't get too intoxicated.
Too fucking drunk.
Examples of some alcohol by volumes for some common alcohol.
Oh, nice. My shit's popping up on the recommended. Nice. Oh, it's quiz time, guys. Let's see if I remembered any of this shit. Quiz number 2. Quiz starto. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. $12 ounces of beer, 4 ounces of wine, or 1.5 ounces of 80 proof distilled. 1/4 ounce? 1 1/4 ounce, 80%. So I'm glad that the fucking thing's not timed, because I mean, okay. I didn't say that. It doesn't say this anywhere. 12 ounce. .6 fluid ounces or 14 grams of pure alcohol. One single drink is 1.5 ounce of liquor. Not a half ounce, 1.5. No, 1.5 is not a quarter. That would be 1.25. .6 fluid ounces. A half an ounce, right? 0.6. .6 ounces. Oh, what? It's a half ounce, right? I'm sure it is that, because that's what it's coming back as. It's just giving me different answers here. Oh, bro. All right. Drugs and medications, true. Birthdays. Yeah, I got it. It was a half an ounce. I knew it was. I just started doubting it because I couldn't get a straight answer. The law of alcohol.
Okay, welcome back. This is section 2. In section 2, we're going to be talking about the law of alcohol. And the law of alcohol is probably the most important thing that we talk about during this class. The law is why you're having to take this class in the first place, and you want to pay particular
Close attention
to the
here.
materials coming up, because knowing and understanding the law is how you keep your job and how you keep your establishment from getting into trouble. As a professional server of alcohol, it is imperative that you understand your legal responsibilities. The consequences of not understanding and thus acting outside of the law could be anything from losing your job to civil judgments and criminal penalties. As a server, you are required to make reasonable efforts to prevent intoxication and other illegal sales of alcohol. Reasonable efforts is kind of a legal term of art, and what it means is you need to act in a reasonable way for the position you are in. So a reasonable effort for someone who's taking this class is to do at least some of the things that we suggest in this video. More importantly, it's really to be able to explain, if there is an alcohol-related incident, what you did to try to prevent that, what efforts you made. And some examples of some of these reasonable efforts could be cutting a guest off, which means ceasing service.
Try to offer water.
Offering non-alcoholic beverages like water or coffee are a reasonable effort to break up their drinking and give the alcohol more time to absorb. Getting help from your coworkers or your management team when dealing with an alcohol-related incident or a high-risk customer is another reasonable effort. Checking IDs regularly and consistently, and this could be a company establishment policy or your own practice, but you need to be able to provide the evidence, and you need to be checking IDs regularly and consistently, especially when the guest looks like they're younger. Offering food at all times, making sure that you're suggesting that the guest eat food to slow down the metabolism and control the processing of alcohol. Offering to call a cab is a reasonable effort. Offering to call an Uber or help them get a ride with friends or family could be reasonable efforts. And then as a last resort, you may have to call the police, and you should do that if you or your guests are threatened, or if there's nothing else that you can do reasonably to control the situation. And there are a lot of other reasonable efforts. We're going to discuss some of those techniques. We're going to discuss some strategies and how to recognize at-risk guests and some other things in this law of alcohol. So if you have any questions, just email us at the link below, and we'll do our best to get back to you as soon as possible. Okay, so that was criminal law. Now we're going to talk about civil liability. And the difference between criminal law and civil law is that civil legal actions are between private parties. Like if I sue you or you sue someone else.
It's between two parties.
Where criminal actions are between the government and the suspect or a defendant. And this is where criminal penalties or civil penalties meaning money, but don't get that conflated. Criminal penalties or fines or jail time can be the result of criminal fines. So you might be sued civilly by a private party, or you might be prosecuted criminally by the government. Or both could happen to you. So for instance, if the government comes in and does what they call a minor compliance check, which is when they send an underage drinker into an establishment to try to get alcohol. If that alcohol is served, then the person that serves that alcohol to that minor can face penalties from the state, including large fines and losing their server permit. But in that case, no one is going to sue you. Right? If you get that criminal case, then that's going to be the only thing that happens is you're going to be cited for a crime, and
Maybe
you're
suspended.
going to face the penalties from the government. Or you could just face civil responsibilities. Say if someone drinks too much and then falls off a stool, or trips and falls in your establishment, or injures themselves, then an opportunistic and ambitious personal injury attorney might see that as a case where you can prove negligence and prove that you or your establishment and your legal service of alcohol is responsible. So sometimes bartenders or servers will be sued privately for recklessly or negligently serving alcohol illegally. Any of those things we talked about
can't have
on
that.
the last page: serving underage guests, serving visibly intoxicated people, serving mentally impaired, serving people on drugs, or serving someone who's a known alcoholic or problem drinker. If you doing one of those things that is prohibited results in personal injury or damage to property, then you can be held responsible, and your establishment can be held responsible for those damages monetarily. So the two big things we talked about there are recklessness and negligence. Negligence is the most common civil cause of action, and it's based on a standard of reasonable care. And there's that word again, reasonable. And that's really the theme of this legal part, is you are getting this certification, and this certification is the state telling you that they trust you to be a reasonable person and trust you to act that way. So you have a duty to exercise the reasonable judgment of a professionally certified alcohol server. See, most people who don't know each other and don't have any professional or commercial relationship to each other only owe each other a duty of reasonable care that a average reasonable person would exercise. Your duty is heightened, it's intensified, the scrutiny on you is raised because you have taken this class, because you are certified. After you take this class and pass this test, you will be certified to serve alcohol in the state of Tennessee, and that certification carries with it a higher duty of care that you are responsible for to not be negligent. These things we're talking about, these reasonable efforts, this knowledge that you have, you're expected to apply this knowledge of signs of intoxication and counting drinks and the risk factors and the other things we talked about. You're expected to apply all of that knowledge and certification training reasonably
as a reasonable person.
The other thing that you can be held responsible for is recklessness. Recklessness is basically a similar thing to negligence. It's just more intense. It transcends, it's more than negligence. And it means that whatever you did demonstrated indifference to the consequences of breaching a duty owed. So in negligence, you have a duty to exercise reasonable care, and if you do something that you should have known better, but
still did it,
you just made a mistake, or you weren't paying enough attention, you didn't mean to necessarily, negligence is by definition an accident, then that's going to be negligence. Where recklessness is you knowing the consequences of what you're doing and just callously disregarding those consequences, and it usually causes more injury, or at least a more foreseeable and preventable injury happens when you are reckless, because like I say, basically in negligence you should have known better, and in recklessness you did know better, and those damages are caused. And these can be kind of difficult concepts. Go over this slide again, look in your handout materials, and if you still have questions about this, feel free to email us with those questions, and we'll do our best to get back to you. But again, the real big thing to remember in all of this is that it's a standard of reasonableness. You're not expected to be a superhero or a law enforcement officer, but you take the knowledge that you're getting through this training, and you take this knowledge of the laws, and you act reasonably based on that when you're serving alcohol, and you'll be fine.
Fuck. Fuck. Dram shop
Dram
laws.
shop laws. Dram shop laws and dram shop liability refer to the laws that allow an establishment, including the owners, managers, and servers, to be held liable for damage or injury approximately caused by illegal service of alcohol. So again, those things we talked about: serving alcohol to underage guests, serving a guest who's visibly intoxicated, serving someone who's mentally impaired, serving someone who's under the influence of mind-altering medications or drugs, or serving a known alcoholic or problem drinker. If you do those things, then there is a legislative scheme set up by the legislature of Tennessee or other various states that allows the establishment to be held responsible for the damages caused by one of their patrons if that cause of their actions was illegal service or intoxication. So several states do not have legislative schemes that hold the establishments and servers responsible, but Tennessee does. Tennessee is one of the jurisdictions that has dram shop laws and holds establishments accountable for the actions of their intoxicated patrons. So that's the reality that we live under. You have to exercise these reasonable efforts that we've talked about in preventing intoxication, and do not sell alcohol illegally in any of those ways that we've talked about. And just a aside, the word dram shop and the legal term dram shop laws originates from the fact that bars a lot used to be called dram shops in Scotland and England and Ireland. And a dram was a unit of measurement, to like a shot of whiskey. So you would ask for a dram of whiskey, and the places that served them, bars, saloons, were called dram shops. So that is a summation of what dram shop laws are.
Oh, okay.
And again, this is for the civil liability.
Pieces and shit.
This means that the state has written laws that say that you can sue someone civilly for money damages or injunctive relief, even though they did not directly cause the damage. If you have any questions about any of the stuff we've talked about, then again, send us an email and we'll do our best to get back to you as soon as possible with answers to those questions.
Ooh, quiz time. Okay. Time to pull out all the stops. Criminal penalty. Taking a test, man. Let me take a test. Hold on. Let me take a test, bro. Is that another 100%? Yeah. Nice. All right. Every time I take a quiz, I just focus on it, and then we'll continue shiny hunting as we go on. All right, time to carry on.
Okay, now we're going to talk about checking IDs. Contrary to what a lot of people think, in Tennessee there is no identification requirement for on-premise liquor by the drink sales of alcohol. Tennessee requires that everybody shows ID for off-premise sales,
Off-premise.
like
Oh.
grocery stores, liquor stores, or gas stations. But you are not required to ID people in a liquor by the drink establishment like a restaurant or bar.
Okay.
Now, you are still not allowed to sell or serve alcohol to anyone under the age of 21, but however you reasonably come to that conclusion is legal. It doesn't have to be with an ID, but an ID is obviously the most effective way to determine that. Your establishment also may require you to card everyone, and if that is the case, you should follow your establishment's policy, because keeping your employment
Is better.
is one of the major objectives of this course. If you serve an underage person, you could be held liable criminally or civilly, which means that you could violate a criminal statute and end up serving jail time, getting probation, or paying criminal fines. Or you could be held liable civilly, meaning that someone
can sue me.
damages that you caused by serving someone underage. Law enforcement officials often send undercover underage people into establishments to sting servers and establishments serving people underage.
I'm gonna copy it and put it in my notes.
Penalty for serving an underage guest can be up to $1,500 and a loss of your server permit license. We're going to talk more about security features and techniques for checking IDs, as well as how to recognize underage guests as we go forward in this course. And again, if you have any questions, just email us at the link at the bottom.
Mark is complete.
All right, now we're going to talk about problematic IDs. IDs that
Oh yeah, almost 2 hours in.
when trying to identify a customer trying to purchase alcohol at your establishment. There are three main categories of bad IDs. So we kind of think of fake IDs as covering this entire gambit.
Me.
But fake IDs
I'm gonna
really
keep taking
forgeries
pictures just so I can
as far
come
as
back to
what we're
this.
talking about here in this course. Forgeries that were never valid government IDs. A lot of these come from China and India and Russia.
Russia.
Really sophisticated. One thing about these is that fake IDs a lot of times don't bend as well as the other one. Now, don't bend somebody's ID until it actually damages it, but a lot of these fake IDs from foreign countries, if you squeeze them at the edges, they'll just crack, and real IDs will definitely not do that. Other things about these forgeries, especially from foreign countries, is a lot of times they'll have foreign language writing on the back, and I'll mention that another time in this course.
Really, they're gonna write in
That's
another
way
language?
You might tell if an ID is just a straight up fake forged ID.
Oh, I gotta sneeze so
Altered IDs are
bad.
another category. Now, these are IDs that used to be valid and then they were altered. The main ways that they are altered are the picture is changed, or the number and the date is changed, or the number and the expiration date is changed. With these altered IDs, a lot of times they won't have the holograms on them, or you'll be able to feel a bump or a cut, or you'll be able to actually see that the font or the typeset is different in the age or the date of birth. So that's a way to recognize altered IDs. Borrowed IDs are really common, and these are IDs that are valid, but they just belong to a different
There's
person.
someone else.
So the person presenting is not the person that the ID is issued to. And the way you can tell this one is sometimes you have to look really close at the picture. This is where asking questions to the person can come in handy, like their birth date, their zodiac sign, their year of graduation. Where paying close attention to the physical description, especially the height can come in handy.
Yep.
Those are ways to identify.
Well, there's some short
borrowed
people that just look,
IDs.
you know, but
Now,
you
in
do
Tennessee,
got
there
double
are a
check.
variety of IDs that are considered acceptable, or that are considered reasonable to accept from someone when they're trying to buy alcohol. And you'll notice that all of these
State
are
prison
issued by
ID.
the government. Another thing that
Handgun
all of these have
permit.
in common is that all of these IDs listed here include a picture of the person, and most of these IDs include a signature. So a driver's license obviously is a valid ID. A state-issued ID card for someone who is not allowed to drive. Those look a lot like driver's licenses. An active or retired military ID. And you have to remember with military IDs, the picture and the date of birth can often be on the back depending on when the ID was issued and what branch of the military it is. A valid photo passport. How to inspect a passport is usually covered in an ID guidebook, which
I gotta get a guidebook for that.
your establishment
No one ever presents a passport, ever.
for your servers
Ever.
and bartenders. A resident green card for people going through the immigration process.
I have that. Well, I already got through it.
Has all the requirements and is
I got my shit, baby. Let's go.
a reasonable, acceptable ID, and even an in-state prison ID can be an acceptable ID, though your establishment does not have to serve people based on their prison IDs. They have the right not to do that.
We have the right not to serve people with prison permit IDs or whatever. Prison IDs.
Okay, now we're going to briefly run
How
through
to check
the
IDs.
procedure for checking ID.
Okay.
First, what you want to do is you want to ask the guest to remove the ID from their wallet. You don't want to
Obviously.
check the ID while it's in the wallet because then you can't tell if it's been altered with any bumps or scratches or cuts in the ID. The other reason you want to do this is because we talked about those signs of intoxication.
Yo, what the
We talked about physical coordination and, cognitive abilities, and getting your ID out of their wallet gives them a couple of seconds, gives you a couple of seconds to kind of gauge their physical coordination, their mannerisms, and see if maybe you can identify some of those signs of intoxication. So get the guest to ask or to remove the ID from their wallet.
Oh, I couldn't get to it. There it is.
Next, check the expiration date. Expired IDs are more likely to be borrowed, and it's really easy math to do, right? If the ID is expired, that's a reason not to accept the ID, and that math is it before or after today? Then check the birth date. So today's date, 21 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty easy to do. Then look at the back of the ID for any irregularities. Some fake IDs have been known to have foreign writing on the back of the IDs and things like that. So if it's a blatant fake, you'll be able to probably tell from some irregularities on the back of the ID. Then you want to go over the security features and the locations of the security features on those IDs. If you have an ID guidebook, then that will have information about IDs from different states, and you should certainly be familiar with all of the security features on Tennessee IDs. Next, check the physical description of the person in the ID. So it's got eye color, it's got hair color, it's got height. Look at that and compare it to the person that you're looking at. Compare the picture of the people that you're looking at, obviously. But you especially want to check the height because that's the one thing you can't fake. You can wear different color contacts. You could say that your hair was colored or cut. But if it says that the person's 4.5 feet tall and you're craning your neck to look up at them, it's probably not the same person.
True, yeah.
If it says that the person's 6'5" and you're looking down at them, depending on your height, obviously, then it's probably not the same person. But regardless, check the physical description and make sure that
Reject any questionable IDs. Yes, sir.
ask for another ID. If you're still not sure if you're on the fence about the ID, then ask for another ID. Now, you don't have to have a state accepted ID or a government ID, but you know, if they are that person, then they probably have a credit card or a library card or some membership card with the same name on it. But if they borrowed the ID or found the ID, or
They won't have anything.
ID, but it's a legitimate ID, and they don't have, or their credit card has somebody else's name on it, then that's a pretty reasonable time to reject that ID. And then you can ask questions from the ID itself. So their address, or you could look and see their when their birth date was and estimate when they graduated high school, or look at their birth date and see their zodiac sign. And it doesn't mean that you have to do the math immediately. That's pretty hard, but the real trick is how they answer the question. Most people, when you ask them what year they graduated high school, can answer that pretty instantly and confidently. Whereas if they have to count
2016,
fingers,
baby.
you might know that that it's a questionable.
Damn, that was 10 years ago.
Same with the zodiac sign. You know, they shouldn't have to Google that. Most importantly, protect yourself and protect the establishment, and reject any IDs that you think are questionable. You know, nobody has a right to alcohol, and you're better safe than sorry in these situations. And that's kind of a rundown on checking IDs. If you have any questions about this or want any clarification, feel free to shoot us an email. Okay, now we're going to talk about security features. Now, different states have different security features in their driver's licenses or state-issued IDs. And Tennessee is no different. Tennessee has a host of different security features. And we're going to talk about a few of them. Obviously, every driver's license is going to have a photograph of the person that it is issued to. The photograph in Tennessee is over to the left, and it is right below the words driver's license and right above the owner's signature. The owner's signature is one thing that every state, along with a photograph, those are the two things that every state ID is going to have on them. So when you are checking IDs as a fail-safe, as a last-ditch effort, you can ask someone to show you their signature. Is that contentious an issue? Most people are too busy, and if the ID is that questionable, a lot of times it is reasonable to say, you're just not going to be served here. I'm sorry. Tennessee's also have the ghost image, which is a...
We're about to hit 47.
Harder to counterfeit this ID. The ghost image is, like you see there on the right below the birthday. And it is just a smaller version of the image to the left. So if the ghost image does not match the real image, then that is an indication that the ID has been
It's a fake.
and that is a faulty, altered ID. Holograms.
Ooh, here we go.
Holograms, as some of you might know, are little images that when you turn it sideways, an image reflects off the light and you can see it. And Tennessee has holograms on their IDs. You can't see these on here, but it is a musical bar and a Tennessee logo and some other designs. So look for those, look through your ID guides and see what the holograms are. UV images. Now, UV images can only be seen with a UV light. They cannot be seen with the naked eye. So Tennessee has some UV images where if you shine a UV light over it, those images appear. And other states have those as well. Microprint. Tennessee.
I did not see that chat if somebody texted on the chat. Sorry about that. I didn't refresh.
You see there, if you look really, really closely,
Sorry.
is microprint, small words, and small print. And then barcodes on the back of
But I heard it.
IDs. Tennessee IDs have barcodes on the back of them, which if you scan them, it can,
Oops.
people that have barcode scanners, it can tell you if the ID is valid and who it belongs to. And validated. What Tennessee does not have, but other states do have some security features. One of those is raised print. It's almost like puff paint, where if you run your finger over it, you can feel the texture of the print on the ID. Some of them have a perforated image, and this could be like a clear hole with maybe a hologram or other image in it, or it could be like very small perforations where if you shine a flashlight, that's the only way you can see it with the naked eye. And then there's the Soundex system. Soundex system's not used in Tennessee.
We don't have a Soundex system, yeah. What the fuck?
And you need to refer to the United States reference in an ID guide, or sometimes you can Google it, what their Soundex is, what the indication is. But Soundex is basically a code that can be integrated into the driver's license number or some other place on the ID, and it is basically like a different kind of driver's license number, or almost like a two-step authentication for state-issued IDs. But the main thing is to be familiar, especially with Tennessee security features, and recognize, your establishment. If you have a lot of people to come in from a different state, or you're expecting, maybe if you're in a hotel and Alabama is playing a football game near you, or another team is playing a football game near you, get familiar with IDs from where those people are going to be coming from. That is a reasonable effort and can benefit you. But most importantly, know Tennessee state IDs and their security features, especially for legal compliance. Again, email us if you have any questions.
No questions here, man. I'll fucking pass this shit and move on with my life. Questions? No, no questions. Oh shit. Quiz number 4. Time to focus up. The first step is to ask to be removed from the wallet. They got microprint, holograms, and the signature. All of the above. Another issue you give them something by. And acting nervous. All of the above. 100%. That one's pretty easy. Ugh. This one's long.
When something unusual happens at your establishment or with a guest that you are serving, you should always be careful to document the incident. Documenting incidents is essential in showing the reasonable efforts that you made and that your establishment made to prevent intoxication-related incidents, such as personal injury or property damage. So, first of all, when should you document an incident at your establishment? Well,
when it happens.
There are a lot of different times when this would be appropriate, and this list is certainly not exhaustive, but if you have to cut a guest off, if you have to cease service to a guest, if you have to procure alternate transportation like a taxi cab or, heaven forbid, a police car, if a manager has to get involved, if someone gets hurt in like a fight or something like that, again, if police or ambulance have to be called, or if a fight breaks out. Basically, anytime there is an occurrence that is out of the ordinary involving alcohol, you should document the incident any way you can to aid in any subsequent investigation. Because inevitably what's going to happen if your establishment or a guest you are serving is involved in some type of incident involving alcohol, say a DUI or public drunkenness or property damage or personal injury lawsuit or claim, then someone is going to ask you, you know, how your experience was with that guest. And you are going to see hundreds of people a day, thousands in your time in the alcohol service industry. And sometimes it's not easy to remember a specific guest. But, you know, say you do everything right. You put them in a cab, you cut them off, you know, you offer them food, you use all those other reasonable efforts that we've been talking about. And they get in the cab, and unbeknownst to you, the cab driver is instructed to take them to another bar, and he is not worried about their signs of intoxication. Well, if they go to another bar and then continue to get intoxicated because someone else serves them illegally, and then they do property damage or get a DUI or cause injury to someone, then that investigation is going to reveal that at some point they were at your establishment, and a zealous plaintiff attorney or a zealous prosecutor is going to pursue every angle, especially depending on the amount of damage and the type of incident it is. So if that comes back to you, you want to be able to say, yes, we know exactly what we did. We ceased service to this guest. Here's his check. Here's when we put him in a cab. You know, here's what happened. Or whatever the situation might be. That way, when it comes back to you, you will not be held, or your establishment will not be held responsible or financially liable or civilly liable for the damage caused by that guest. So we talked about when you should document an incident and why you should document an incident. That's what I was talking about right there. Now, how do you document an incident? So
you
there
take
are a lot
pictures,
of different ways to document
surveillance, receipts.
Here are a few examples. Video cameras, video surveillance is great. Video never lies, and that can be extremely dispositive evidence in your favor or even against you.
True.
An employee handbook. Now, your establishment.
We don't have a handbook.
Establishment.
I don't think so. Oh, we do.
Employee handbook as a reasonable effort that they made in training you. So this can go both ways. If you're a server, you need to follow your establishment's policies. That's why it's so important to have a handbook and to read it and to make sure that in addition to this training, you're following your establishment's policies as well. Your POS system. A lot of places use computers to ring up orders. Most places now.
Yeah, they keep track of shit.
Doing it on paper and diner style. So this keeps a really good record of what you serve to a guest and when you serve it to them and how much you serve and things like that. It's very important to keep your POS system, Micros or Aloha or Touch Bistro or whatever you might use to keep it updated. You want to ring your drinks in as they are ordered. And there's a lot of reasons for this. One, we all are human and we have faulty memories, and you want to make sure that you charge correctly the guest that you have. If you wait for a while, you might misremember and you might over or undercharge your guest, and that's something you definitely don't want to do. The other reason for it is, even if you do keep a perfect memory or keep it written down on a piece of paper or something like that.
Oh, that was rough.
If you don't ring them in until the guest closes his checkout at the end, then when that investigation that I was talking about before comes back, it may look to a ambitious or zealous prosecutor or plaintiff's attorney that you served all those drinks at one time. And unless you have a documented example of why that's not the case, then you're not going to have much defense for yourself against a claim like that you overserved them and served them too fast. So that's going to be bad.
Yeah, you got to keep track of it.
The most common way that people document incidents now is through incident reports. There's a good chance that at your establishment, in the office somewhere, there is a.
I'm glad I'm able to play my game while doing this, bro. At least shiny hunt a little bit. This is so boring.
Form usually that will say
I would be dead.
What, when, where, and by who we mean who was the server, who was the manager on duty, and who was the guest. What was the party? Pretty obvious. What was the incident? What happened? Did you have to cut the guest off? Did you have to call a cab for the guest? Did the guest hurl a pint glass across the restaurant? Was there a fight? Did someone trip and fall and hurt themselves?
This is the longest
when
one yet.
You want to be very precise about this because these investigations usually hinge on a temporal timeline of events that happen. So you want to be very specific about when things happen, as close as you can possibly get. Where? The establishment, of course, but did it happen in the bathroom? Did it happen over a grate? Did it happen in the kitchen? Did it happen at the bar? And then attach a copy of the check or the credit card receipt. Attach a copy of any document associated with it. If the police or ambulance are called, then they're probably going to leave you with some type of documentation. Or, you know, if they have something that they're filling out, ask for a copy of it. If they can't give it to you, then get their badge names, or get their badge numbers and their names of the professionals working there. There's a good chance that they're going to be there for a little while if it happens like that. So attach any documents you have that has anything to do with the incident to the incident report, and keep it all there for when lawyers get involved. Lawyers are going to want all those things, and the more information they have, the more reasonable and appropriate and professional you are going to seem, and the easier it's going to be to defend yourself. And if
That
you
was a good
come to a
nature-ish.
situation where your manager doesn't feel like an incident report is warranted, but you do, that may happen. Maybe the manager's busy and thinks that the guest is out of their establishment, so it's not their problem anymore. And that's not an unusual thing for someone to think, but my advice to you would be, cover your own interests. Everybody has a phone. Everybody in this business has a pen and paper. You are completely reasonable to make your own notes of what happened in the incident and keep it as a record for yourself. Because like I say, the manager is not looking out for your interest as much as he is his interest in the establishment's interest.
Business.
And you can't trust that everybody's going to do it as well as they possibly should. So if you run into a situation where you can't get an official incident report, you can make your own incident report. You can take a picture of it. Everybody has a phone on their camera or a camera on their phone these days. Excuse me.
A phone on their camera
You
these
can write
days.
it down on a piece of server paper, all of these details, the who, the what, the when, the where. And you can write down what authorization number it was and what the guest name was and things like that. And that's going to be more reasonable than not doing anything, because you do want to have clear answers if any kind of investigation or probe into that guest and what he did at the same night or day that he was in your section. You're going to want to have appropriate documentation of those things. Again, if you have any questions about this, I know this is kind of one of the longer sections we've done so far. If you have any questions, you can click at the bottom and send us an email, and we'll get right back to you with as clear an answer as we possibly can.
Mark is complete. Oh yeah. God, these are so long. They really want to stretch it out to fucking 4 hours.
So up until now, we've been talking mainly about general theories and issues with intoxication and the law of alcohol. Now we're going to talk about a couple of things which are generally specific to Tennessee. There are other states that have laws similar, and most states have similar laws, but these are some things that are specific to
Let me take a
Tennessee.
picture.
Alcohol laws, like we talked about, are typically local, and Tennessee has laws and rules that are very different than in other states. So, first of all, Tennessee does have dram shop laws. Not every state in the Union has dram shop laws. Dram shop laws, like we talked about before, those laws.
They hold us accountable.
That define when a individual can bring a cause of action against an establishment for injuries caused by a guest of that establishment, right?
Damn.
So, a guest causes damage, then someone can sue your establishment or you personally for your service of alcohol. And there is no mandatory carding for on-premise
Oh, this is so
alcohol sales.
boring, bro.
Many states have laws where you
And they're so
are
long too.
required to card everyone that buys alcohol in an establishment. And Tennessee, in fact, has laws, like it says right there, off-premise sales, which means in a grocery store or a gas station or a liquor store, anywhere where someone's going to buy the alcohol and take it off the premises, those places must card everyone to be in compliance with the law. But in Tennessee, if you serve liquor by the drink,
you don't have to card
or bar, you are not required to card everyone.
Still a good idea though.
The only law really is that you are not allowed to serve anyone
under 21.
You have to use reasonable efforts to determine that you are serving someone over 21. Now, that being said, it would be unreasonable to serve someone who looked like they were in their early 20s without asking for ID, right? So you are required to use reasonable efforts, and that means carding people who seem like they may be underage. And
always card. It doesn't matter. Just fucking do it.
And you do not card someone who looks like they should be carded, then you will be issued a ticket for serving someone underage. But if you take an expired ID and you are reasonably certain that the person handing you that ID is the person presenting it to you, because they look like they're in their
we're gonna hit 5,000 today. I know it.
Then you do not have to turn them away for giving you an expired ID. The same with a temporary paper ID. But it would be unreasonable to accept an expired ID from someone who looked like they were
still under odds though.
Or
that's the good part.
Temporary paper ID.
I don't have to worry about
probably be deemed
hitting odds just yet.
Alcohol.
And then after that, if we get there, we'll worry about that later.
So moving on, the blood alcohol content for presumption of
just
intoxication.
another fucking week.
DUI
I think I'm already like 60 hours
so
plus in, 65 hours in.
The legal maximum. If you are driving and you have a BAC of 0.08 or higher, then you are presumed guilty of driving under the influence, and there is no way to overcome that presumption. Parents cannot purchase alcohol for underage children. This is not the law in every state in the union. There are a few states, a few of them are Louisiana, Wisconsin, Ohio, South Dakota, Texas, where parents or guardians can purchase alcohol for people that are underage. And in some states it's different ages than others. But in Tennessee, it is not allowed at all. And occasionally this can get kind of confusing, especially in some of our more heavily populated tourist areas, when people from those states where this is allowed come over and that it's allowed here. You just have to explain to them that it is not. When they got into Tennessee, they were in a place with different laws. So parents cannot purchase alcohol for underage children in Tennessee at all. The maximum penalty for serving a minor is $1,500 and a loss of your server permit.
Eesh.
Another thing, you may not confiscate an ID, but you are encouraged by the state to notify the local police and/or TABC. You do not have legal authority to convert someone's property to your own, is what that basically means. Even if you know for a fact that the person giving you that ID is giving you a fake ID, by law, you should just hand it back to them and tell them you cannot serve it. It's not your job to confiscate it. But notify the local police and or the TABC if that happens. Alcohol server training is mandatory. You're doing it now. I'm sure that you're having a fantastic time listening to me talk about this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But you also have to do it.
Fuck you. Thank you.
Limitations. No happy hour or 2-for-1 after 10 p.m. The establishment you work at has given the ABC a list of prices that they are going to charge for certain drinks, and that is updated regularly. And after 10 p.m., you have to charge those prices for those drinks and nothing else. Before that, you can give people a little bit of a break. The same goes for 2-for-1s. After 10 p.m., you cannot give people 2 drinks for the price of 1.
That's what that is.
You cannot serve people 2 drinks at one time. After
we do
10
breakfast,
p.m.
bro. I don't have to worry about that shit.
Serving hours in Tennessee, Monday through Saturday, it's pretty much the same in every county that allows alcohol service. And remember, not all of them do in Tennessee. But that is 8 a.m. until 3 a.m. A couple of strange exceptions for places that are allowed to serve later. If you work at those places, then you
Oh,
need to check your
Sunday's gotta be
establishment's
10 a.m.,
policy
huh?
and find out exactly how that works. But for the vast majority of people listening now, it's 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Now, again, that does not mean that you have to serve alcohol at 8 a.m., and it does not mean that you have to serve it until 3 a.m. But you cannot serve it before, and you cannot serve it after. Sunday is a little different because we're in the Bible Belt. There are some different laws according to counties about when you can serve alcohol on Sundays. In a lot of places,
There is by
it's 10
county,
a.m.
huh?
to 3
That's
a.m.
lame.
But in other places, they make you wait till big church is out, and it's 12 p.m. to 3 a.m., depending on the county you're in. And again, if you're in a dry county, then all of this.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
It's curious as to why you're getting your card.
Bro, we're about to hit like 48, man. It's gonna take no time to hit 48. Zero time.
So some other laws in Tennessee.
Oops.
The only time a guest can take alcohol away from your establishment is in the case of a bottle of wine which was purchased in connection with food. Some portion of the wine was consumed on premises, and it was resealed before it left the premise. So again, let's go through that. You serve liquor by the drink and alcohol, wine, beer by the drink at your establishment, and people are required to keep their alcohol.
I took a picture of this just in case I need to come back to
There are a
it.
couple of certain situations in Tennessee, like on Beale Street in
Oops.
Memphis, and sometimes in downtown Nashville, will have
There we go.
occasions like big Preds games or fanfare, the country music festival, or other things like that, where they temporarily allow people to have alcohol outside of establishments. But for the vast majority of people, you have to keep the alcohol in the establishment as you've defined it with the state of Tennessee, except in the case of a bottle of wine. When a bottle of wine is purchased and the guest consumes some portion of the wine there, so they can't buy an unopened bottle from.
Oh, okay. So you gotta
And they can't
drink some there.
do this unless they have food on the ticket as well. So they have to consume some portion of it on premises. They have to get it with food, and it has to be resealed before they take it off premises. Now, some places put it in a bag and put a seal over the bag. And it's not required by law, but that is a very good policy because it helps the establishment guarantee that the guest will not try to drink the alcohol after they leave your establishment before they get home to drink it there.
I wonder how much time I have left. I'm 2 hours and 25 minutes in, so I gotta say maybe like an hour and a half.
Price for all you can drink.
So it'll probably be like 4
In
hours
cases of
and 30 minutes by the
bottomless
time I'm
mimosas
done.
or bottomless Bloody Marys or whatever the case may be, those are illegal.
At that point, I might as well keep
Establishment
streaming.
has to have some limit when they do deals like that. If you pay close attention, most places have
It's already
complied
at
with
the
such
fucking
laws.
day.
If you look at a menu that offers any kind of special like that, you'll see that a lot of them have some kind of limit, and they have to be in compliance with the law in Tennessee. Another prohibition is minors cannot pay the tab. If there is alcohol on the tab, then a guest
see.
under 21 cannot pay that tab.
That's like them buying alcohol.
This is what we call selling alcohol to a minor.
Yep.
If everybody at the table is eating and someone under 21 wants to pay the tab and there's alcohol on it, you need to split the alcohol off of that tab and just let him pay for or her pay for
Okay.
the food portion of it. Someone else will have
That's
to pay for
simple
the
enough.
alcohol. You can't sell drinks to a kid in the liquor store even if he's taking it back to his mom as a bottle of wine or something like that. And it's the same situation with paying the tab. You can't give away drinks as prizes. So your establishment can offer bar bucks or restaurant credits or something like that for certain specials
alcohol?
and giveaways, but they can't say that you outright get a drink as a prize. You are not allowed to dance with guests or sit with guests on a licensed premises. This is very important. You do not want to be seen being inappropriate with guests, especially while they are consuming alcohol. And customers cannot purchase food or drinks for the employees. So The best way to avoid these situations are not to drink at the establishment you work at. That's the best advice you can get, and if you can adhere to that rule, then you will stay clear of those two issues.
Oh man.
Otherwise,
So I can't go have my breakfast?
the best
Mimosas and
advice
shit?
I can give you is change clothes if you absolutely have to drink there, like if that's the only place where your friends are going to be so that you can have your night out, then do not look like you did while serving alcohol when you were drinking alcohol, and be extremely careful to manage yourself when you're in those situations, because if a guest gets intoxicated at your establishment with you, then that is going to reflect very poorly on your establishment if there are damages or injuries coming from that guest's intoxication. And it's especially going to reflect bad on you and your establishment if you were involved in any kind of intoxication incident after consuming alcohol
at your establishment
where you work.
Yeah.
A lot of these in the law section are gray areas, so always feel free to email us with any questions, and we'll do our best to get right back to you as soon as we can. And always lean on your managers and people that have been at your establishment longer than you to find out exactly what the policies are and adhere to those policies carefully. Now we're going to talk about pregnant guests. This can be a little touchy subject, but it's actually pretty clear cut as to how you deal with it. First of all, it is required that any establishment that sells alcohol in the state of Tennessee has a pregnancy warning sign prominently displayed in a prominent
This is not on the
place
notes. I'm going to take a
easily
picture
seen
of
by
this.
customers. That is the language from the law itself. However, you are not to discriminate.
Yep. You got to serve them.
You are not allowed to discriminate or deny a guest service of alcohol merely because they are pregnant. So this sign has to be up saying the consumption of alcoholic beverages during pregnancy can cause birth defects, including fetal alcohol syndrome and fetal alcohol effects. But according to the federal statute, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978, a United States federal statute that amended Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the purpose of that law was to prohibit sex discrimination on the basis of pregnancy. And that was interpreted to mean that a business cannot deny service to a pregnant woman just because she's pregnant. A business like a restaurant or bar cannot say that
they will not serve.
Cannot assume that they know what's best for a woman and
her body,
or child. This is a constitutional federal issue that goes to the Civil Rights Act and the 14th Amendment, equal protection and due process. So you can cut off a pregnant guest if she becomes intoxicated. You can deny service to a pregnant guest if you have reason to believe that she has been taking mind-altering drugs.
Or shit.
To say that no, you cannot have a drink because I think I know what is best for your child is not an acceptable reason to deny someone service.
That's crazy. You have to serve a pregnant person alcohol so you're not discriminating. Makes sense, but honestly, I'd just be like, hey, I'll get someone else to serve you. Morally, I cannot.
Now we're going to talk about drugs and medications. There are as many drugs as there are ailments to medicate and desires to fulfill. Combining drugs and alcohol can have just as many effects. Those effects can be cumulative, of varying intensities, and extremely unpredictable and dangerous. As we have discussed, alcohol is classified as a depressant, but it can have stimulating effects on different brain systems. Alcohol is not like other drugs in this way. The brain is incredibly complicated, and different drugs can affect different brains in different ways. Even drugs and medications that are not designed to affect mood or behavior should never be mixed with alcohol. Allergy medicines like antihistamines or sleep aids can have dangerous consequences
Oh.
mixed with alcohol. The important thing to note is that you should not serve someone that you reasonably believe is on drugs or other medications. It is nearly impossible to predict how combining drugs or medications with alcohol will affect a person. Do not combine alcohol and other drugs. Do not serve someone that you reasonably believe is taking medications or using recreational drugs. You do not have to go get hair samples or urine samples from all of your guests. If you overhear someone discussing having used illegal drugs, or if you see telltale signs like them actually with the drugs, or the fact that their eyes are all pupils, or if they say, "Hey, that sure was some great crack we just smoked." Whatever it takes to reasonably believe that they have been using drugs, if you serve them, then you can be held responsible for their actions, even if they don't have a BAC of 0.08. If they have a BAC that is above 0 and you serve them alcohol, then you have done what they consider by law add to their intoxication. And since it is illegal to serve them anything, in other words, zero tolerance, if you serve them anything at all, then you can be held responsible for any damages or injuries that someone causes after mixing drugs and alcohol. Further, it is illegal in Tennessee to serve a known alcoholic or problem drinker. Now, this is a very subjective and kind of almost vague or ambiguous language here, but really the spirit of this rule and regulation is that if you know someone has had an issue or an incident with alcohol, especially if it came in your establishment or in a neighboring establishment in your neighborhood or whatnot, then you should not serve them again, at least for some period of time. And this is, like I said, this is extremely subjective, and this is a prime example of when you should get your manager or security personnel involved and say, "Hey, isn't that the guy who ... did this? I don't know if we should serve them right now."
Yeah,
Here's
we
an
can
example.
definitely do that.
Someone comes to your establishment on a Thursday night, and they have too much to drink, and they get sick before they get to the bathroom and make a mess because they had too much to drink, more than they can handle. And then they come in on Friday night. Well, it would be unreasonable to serve them alcohol after something like that happened. And if they were to drink too much that night and then cause damage or injury, then it would look very bad on you and your establishment that you served them knowing that they had just had an issue. And that could be any kind of issue, whether it's that you know that they left and got a DUI, or you know that they left your establishment a day or two before or earlier that week, or maybe even a couple of weeks, depending on how intense it was. And again, this is a perfect example of a situation where talk to your manager before you do anything. Better to be safe than sorry in situations like this, because it's hard to determine. There are different ways to say what is an alcoholic, what is a problem drinker. But really, we're talking about specific incidents, we're talking about things that you reasonably know about, and we're talking about you making a reasonable decision. And probably the most reasonable decision you can make is to contact the manager and ask them how you should move forward.
Okay. Take a picture of this. Quiz number 5. Alright. I feel like this one's gonna give me a little bit of a run for my money here. Well, let me lock in real quick after I reset this one. And get to the save menu here so I can... Quiet! There we go. Okay. Aha! Good thing I took pictures, you motherfucker. That's the earliest. And then 10 a.m. on Sunday. But it's not multiple question. But that is the earliest. 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and then 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. Yeah, that's the earliest. Well, this is a trick question. They cannot pay the tab. Yeah. This is involving alcohol. Is it illegal to sell per? No, it is not illegal. Ew. All right, now we're back on listening to this shit again. I think this is the last lesson too.
Pursuant to new Tennessee ABC regulations, we now need to discuss, and it's important to discuss, sexual violence and assault and human trafficking as it pertains to your position as servers. So we're going to start with some terms that you need to be aware of. First one is obviously sexual violence or assault. Sexual violence refers to any form of sexual act or behavior that is committed against someone's will. This can include rape, but it can also include attempted rape, sexual coercion, unwanted sexual touching, or any form of sexual assault or harassment. It involves violation of the victim's bodily autonomy and can have severe physical, emotional, and psychological impacts on the survivor. It can also be interpreted very broadly, so you want to err on the side of safety when it comes to the whole reasonableness thing we're talking about. Human trafficking is the next term. Human trafficking is the illegal trade of humans for the purposes of forced labor, sexual exploitation, or other forms of modern-day slavery.
Taking pictures is the best way.
Fraud or force to manipulate victims into situations where they are exploited. The next term we want to talk about is consent. Consent refers to an explicit agreement or permission given by a person for something to happen. In the context of sexual activity, consent means that all parties involved have agreed to engage in the act voluntarily, clearly, and without coercion. It must be informed, mutual, and continuous, meaning it can be revoked at any time. And when it says it must be informed, it means that someone intoxicated cannot make an informed decision. Okay? So, you know what I'm talking about when I say when somebody's had too much and somebody's just being a little too flirty, and one person is clearly the interested person. You need to keep your eye on that. Consent is a fundamental principle in preventing sexual violence and assault. Bystander. A bystander is an individual who is present at an event or situation but is not directly involved. In the context of sexual assault, violence, or bullying, bystanders are individuals who witness the incident but do not actively intervene or participate. Bystanders can play a key role in preventing or stopping harmful behaviors if they choose to take action. The bystander effect. The bystander effect is a social psychological phenomenon in which individuals are less likely
to
offer help to a victim when there are other people present. The greater the number of bystanders, the less responsibility each individual
feels. Yeah.
This effect occurs because people assume others will act or
or they may feel unsure about what to do in a difficult situation. Bystander intervention. Bystander intervention refers to the act of someone intervening or taking action to prevent or stop harmful behavior, such as sexual harassment, assault, bullying, or violence when they witness it. This can involve directly confronting the perpetrator, offering support to the victim, or seeking help from authorities or others. The goal is to stop harmful action and to ensure safety for those affected. And you know, this is a tricky thing, right? Because we've talked about confronting people when they're intoxicated and how you want to try to avoid conflict in most situations. But when you're talking about, trying to stop somebody from being sexually assaulted, it's important to take reasonable action. You don't want to put yourself in danger, and you don't want to put your establishment in any kind of position where, you know, somebody might be charged with assault. You don't want to go barreling in like Charlie Bronson or anything like that. But you have to pay close attention to what's going on. And if it looks like somebody's about to leave with somebody who's not giving their consent, then you need to take action, whether that's calling the authorities, letting a manager know, or both. Certainly talking to the
People is
person
broke.
who is being sexually assaulted or potentially harassed, or potentially being taken advantage of, trying to get them separated from the person that is in a peaceful way. This is another time we're using someone's friends or other people that may have a closer relationship
Su puta
less
madre.
intoxicated, to try to help you intervene. And then again, worst case scenario, last ditch, call the cops. Don't let somebody get raped because they were, in a bad situation. And you had a duty to at least use reasonable efforts. And if you think that somebody's in danger of doing that, you are well within your rights and moral bounds to inform the police that they're working out. The 5 Ds of bystander intervention.
5D, I do like
Some guidance
triple, quads, and quintuple Ds.
if you see something in the range of a sexual assault or sexual harassment. The 5 Ds of bystander interventions are strategies for individuals to intervene when witnessing harmful situations. They include direct. Intervene directly by confronting the situation or speaking up. Distract. Create a distraction to divert attention and de-escalate the situation. Possibly put some space in between the perpetrator and the victim. Potential spectator. Delegate. Ask someone else. For instance, a friend, security personnel, authority, manager to help. Strengthen them. Hands make light work. This is a heavy job we're talking about. Delay. If immediate intervention is not possible, check in with the victim later and offer support. And if it seems like somebody's about to leave with somebody that's not giving their informed consent, and you're having trouble figuring out how to intervene in that situation, maybe it takes a little longer to run that credit card. Maybe it takes a little longer to wrap up whatever business that customer's trying to wrap up. Maybe the potential victim, needs to use the restroom, or maybe you try to talk them into calling a cab while you get some help. But just a delay tactic. You were in a lot of control when you're serving somebody, especially if you have their ID or credit card, and you've got a little bit of leverage to keep them in the establishment. And document. If it's safe to do so, document the situation. For example, take a photo, take a video.
Everybody's always like this. Oh my god, look at that shit.
Provide evidence later. You don't know where this is going.
Well, now everybody records like this because of Reels.
What's happening as clearly as you possibly can. Everybody having phones now. That can also be a deterrent. Another D there for you. That can be a deterrent to someone who's possibly got nefarious intentions if you start taking video. Handling disclosures. Handling disclosures refers to the process of listening, supporting, and responding appropriately when someone shares personal, often difficult information, such as being a victim of sexual violence or assault. For a non-judgmental, empathetic response.
I want more coffee, man.
The person to seek help if they wish to. Survivors should be empowered to make their own decisions about how they wish to proceed. Confidentiality and respect for their autonomy are critical.
I'm gonna get more coffee. I'll be back.
Read that one more time. Angel shot. An angel shot is a discrete code word used in bars or restaurants by someone who feels unsafe, typically in situations of harassment or potential assault. It is a signal to staff that the person needs assistance, such as being escorted out of the venue or calling a cab or a ride service. If someone orders an angel shot at a bar, it signals to the bartender that the person may need help in a potentially dangerous situation without drawing attention to their distress. So, exactly what it sounds like. If somebody orders an angel shot, then you need to try to use all of those D's that we talked about: delay, distract, and try to help that person out without causing too much of a scene and without drawing any attention to them.
All right. I'm back. I'm sure I missed a lot.
Alcohol plays a significant role in many cases of sexual assault.
Oh, they got a new narrator.
Both as a disinhibitor for perpetrators and as a means of incapacitating victims. Alcohol use does not cause sexual assault, but it can be a major contributing factor. Research studies have found that about half of sexual assaults on college campuses involve a situation in which the perpetrator, the victim, or both were consuming alcohol. Sexual assaults are more likely to occur in settings where alcohol is consumed, for example, parties or bars. Potential perpetrators seek out such settings to find vulnerable individuals. Alcohol should be seen as a risk factor, not a cause of unwanted sexual advances and other forms of sexual assault. I don't think this is new to you guys, but it's good to be reminded and be aware of it. According to the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, about 50% of sexual assaults are associated with alcohol abuse. Likewise, according to Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, about 50% of sexual assault victims report that the perpetrator was under the influence of alcohol at the time of the assault. Studies show that alcohol is frequently used as a tool by offenders to incapacitate victims, making it harder for them to resist or report their crime. Alcohol impairs judgment, memory, and the ability to give consent, which is why it can be used by offenders to manipulate situations. Victims who are intoxicated may be unable to remember details of the assault, which can complicate investigations and legal processes. As we discussed earlier, alcohol consumption can have a range of effects on both the body and behavior. The effects vary depending on the amount consumed, frequency of use, and the individual's tolerance. Alcohol consumption is associated with aggression.
My leg is itchy. What the fuck?
When a situation is potentially dangerous, alcohol can be seen as adding fuel to the fire. Alcohol might increase sexual arousal, disinhibition, and aggression among perpetrators. Perpetrators might also use alcohol as a means to justify their behavior and diminish their level of responsibility. The short-term effects of alcohol, as we've discussed, are impaired motor skills and judgment, lowered inhibitions, increased aggression or risky behavior, memory impairment like blackouts, slurred speech, difficulty concentrating, and emotional volatility. Long-term effects can include liver damage, cardiovascular disease, and other physical health problems, addiction or alcohol dependence, chronic memory loss or cognitive impairment, increased risk of mental health issues like depression and anxiety, and increased risk of interpersonal violence, including domestic violence and sexual assault. Then we're going to talk about stigma. Stigma refers to the negative attitudes, beliefs, and stereotypes that society holds about a particular group or behavior. In the context of sexual assault, substance abuse, and trafficking, sexual assault survivors may face stigma for being victims, with harmful myths suggesting that survivors were, quote, asking for it, or were responsible for the assault due to their behavior or clothing. Gross. Human trafficking victims often face stigma as they may be seen as complicit or viewed as prostitutes rather than victims of exploitation. Substance use. People struggling with addiction may face societal stigma, leading to a reluctance to seek help or report crimes like sexual assault. The impact of stigma is that it discourages survivors from reporting crimes, it increases isolation and mental health struggles, and it prevents access to necessary support and services. Understanding the intersectionality between alcohol and sexual victimization is essential. Victims who are drinking at the time of a sexual assault report high levels of distress, self-blame, and negative reactions from others. Often, they are not believed or will be blamed. Servers and bartenders can sometimes be the first responders to sexual assault or harassment in a bar. Their understanding of this issue and how to respond is imperative for the victims. The red zone. Colleges and law enforcement dubbed the months between the first day of classes, sometime in early fall, and Thanksgiving break as the red zone because the risk of being sexually assaulted is higher, mostly for first and second year students. This time is characterized by increased alcohol consumption, social pressures, and a lack of awareness about consent. Some statistics. According to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, college students are most vulnerable to sexual assault during the first few months of the school year. One study by the Journal of Adolescent Health found that nearly 50% of all sexual assaults on college campuses occur during the fall semester. So yeah, this is, coming back from, going your first semester of school is disorienting, and that's kind of the theme here, is when you're disoriented, you're easy to be taken advantage of. Alcohol disorients you, being in a new setting and having a lot of societal pressures on you disorients you. And those first few months of college are definitely a change of scenery that is shocking to a lot of people and has a lot of pressure to impress people by drinking too much and by possibly getting into situations that they don't necessarily want to be in. So, as a bartender, as a server, it's really important to kind of keep your eyes open when that's happening, especially if you work in the kind of bar that has a lot of college students. The hospitality industry, especially hotels, bars, and restaurants, is one of the sectors where human trafficking is most prevalent. Traffickers also often use these businesses as venues to exploit victims. Vulnerabilities: these places have high volumes of transient visitors. Hotels and motels provide an anonymous environment where traffickers can easily move their victims in and out. The lack of training among the staff: many hospitality workers may not be trained to recognize the signs of trafficking. Alcohol and drug use. Bars and nightclubs are high-risk environments where traffickers often operate using substances to control and manipulate victims. So you didn't really understand as much how you were on the front lines of a pretty important issue. And it is true that because of the nature of hotels and bars and restaurants, they are more likely to be used for meetings and for exploiting people. So there are more things you need to know than the recipes and drinks and menu items in a lot of places, and that's why we're talking about this. According to a 2019 report by Polaris Project, 62% of human trafficking victims are exploited in the hospitality industry. The National Human Trafficking Hotline says that hotel, motel staff, and restaurant workers frequently identify trafficking cases through the hotline.
I mean, they live right there, right on top. They get to see it.
Although there is no defining characteristic that all human trafficking victims share, traffickers around the world frequently prey on individuals with vulnerabilities, including poverty, limited English proficiency, or lack of lawful immigration status, are exacerbated by a lack of stable, safe housing and limited economic and educational opportunities. Trafficking victims are deceived by false premises of either love, a good job, or stable life, and are lured or forced into situations where they are made to work under deplorable conditions with little or no pay. In the United States, trafficking victims can be American or foreign citizens. Where might you encounter trafficking when serving alcohol? Victims can be found in legal and illegal labor industries, including restaurants, bars, and hotels.
I almost believed that was it for a second.
Interact with people daily and are forced to work under extreme circumstances in restaurants. Victims can also be exploited for commercial sex in numerous contexts, including on the street, in bars, hotels, or through escort services and online advertising. All commercial sex involving a minor is legally considered human trafficking, whether or not force, fraud, or coercion is being used because of age consent laws in Tennessee. So even if a minor appears to be willfully engaging in commercial sex, it is still considered sex trafficking, not prostitution, because they are too young to consent to the Sex Act. There is no such thing as a child prostitute in Tennessee. So myths versus reality of human trafficking. Victims of human trafficking are always or usually kidnapped. Reality, only about 6% of victims are abducted. Most victims are targeted because of perceived vulnerability that trafficker believes they can capitalize on, recruited through false promises and lures of affection, and groomed into compliance. Myth: human trafficking means someone is being smuggled across a border. Reality: human trafficking may involve transportation of an individual, but it does not have to. Victims can be trafficked in their homes. Human trafficking and human smuggling are statutorily very separate and distinct crimes. Myth: victims are usually physically forced into trafficking. Reality: most victims are trafficked and controlled through the means of economic abuse, psychological and emotional abuse, intimidation, threats, and isolation. Myth: most human trafficking is sex trafficking. Reality: human trafficking can be either labor trafficking or sex trafficking. Victims of human trafficking can be children or adults, women and girls, men and boys, and foreign nationals, both documented and undocumented, or U.S. citizens. Myth: most victims are trafficked by strangers. Reality: over
This is by people
90%
they
of
know.
victims are trafficked by someone they know, a family member, intimate partner, friend, acquaintance, or employer coworker. This is true for both labor and sex trafficking.
Damn.
A family member who's acting as a trafficker is typically one of the biological parents. Myth: human trafficking only happens in other countries or major U.S. cities. Reality: the
It's here too.
U.S. National HT Hotline, Human Trafficking Hotline, identifies approximately 16,500 victims of trafficking every year. Last year, the Tennessee statewide Human Trafficking Hotline received 1,375 calls. These numbers only represent a fraction of the problem, however, as human trafficking is such an underreported crime. Labor trafficking involves the exploitation of individuals who work for under threat, coercion, or deception without proper compensation or under unsafe working conditions. It's often found in industries like agriculture, construction, domestic work, and hospitality. The International Labor Organization estimates that there are about 25 million people in forced labor globally. Victims may be forced to work long hours in poor conditions and have little to no control over their working conditions or freedom. Common indicators of labor trafficking include workers with few personal belongings, restricted movement, or fear of their employer. Workers who have no control over their wages or working conditions. Workers who live in overcrowded or unsanitary conditions. What are the red flags? With labor trafficking, the person was recruited through false promises, the person is experiencing workplace abuse, poor working conditions, severe workplace injuries due to a lack of proper safety equipment and compliance with regulations, or lives and works on site or is transported in groups by employer to or from the job site. Freedom of movement while living and working is surveilled and restricted by the employer. They're unpaid or paid very little, or a paycheck is not received directly, it's managed by someone else. They believe they owe a large debt to their employer and they're unable to pay it off. They're not in control of their own ID or government documents.
Damn, that's crazy. I didn't think it went that deep, but that's kind of crazy.
These are things to look out for people who traffic. Sex trafficking involves the illegal exploitation of individuals, coercion, fraud, and force for sexual purposes. Victims are often manipulated into the sex trade and may be sold for money or goods. The Polaris Project reports that sex trafficking makes up about 75% of the cases in the United States that are identified as human trafficking. Global estimates from the International Labor Organization suggest that 4.8 million people are trapped in forced sexual exploitation worldwide. Indicators of sex trafficking: individuals. Indications of sex trafficking are individuals who appear
Oh, you have to take a break there.
or overly compliant, those who have inconsistent stories about where they live or work, those who are frequently controlled or monitored by a third party like a pimp or a handler. Red flags of sex trafficking include people that have little to no knowledge of their whereabouts, seem to be
I would have been perfect, shiny, modest, bro. Oh,
someone else,
I can only hope.
accompanied by someone who does not allow them to speak for themselves. They show signs of physical abuse, like injuries or bruises or neglect. They show signs of having been denied food, water, sleep, and or medical care. They're fearful of security, law enforcement, DCS, or other authority figures. They have substance use problems or mental health issues co-occurring with signs of engaging in commercial sex. They have tattoos that suggest ownership, commercial sex, or gang association. They appear young and in a
Deku
relationship with a
Gang.
much older individual. Be careful of that one. They have no idea, they have a false ID, or they're lying about their age. It's not just one of these things, it's a combination of these things. And just
It's a
having
combo.
things
You get the wumble combo.
to be aware of. If you start to see one of these signs, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're a sex trafficking victim. But if you see 5 or 6 of them, then it's time to start questioning whether or not you need to take reasonable action or get in touch with somebody. Sex trafficking indicators for food, beverage staff in restaurants and serving establishments. Does the guest entertain a minor at the bar or restaurant that he or she did not come in with originally? Does the guest claim to be an adult, although appearance suggests he or she is a minor? Does the guest loiter or solicit patrons? Does the guest wait at a table to be picked up by a patron? Does the guest start panhandling, asking the staff or other patrons for food or money? Does the guest take cash or receipts left on the table? Does the guest start to try to attempt to recruit other victims? These are all things from the Human Trafficking Response Guide for the Hospitality Industry, published by the Department of Homeland Security's Blue Campaign in 2022. Here are some important numbers. Pay attention to your geography and write down the numbers that are important to you.
I'll just take a picture.
Keep these numbers handy. You're working with it, keep the number and the website for you. I would recommend putting it inside your server book. If you see someone who might possibly be the victim of human trafficking, maybe you can pass them a note. Or maybe you can call one of these numbers yourself, especially the Tennessee Statewide Human Trafficking Hotline by the TBI there, 1-888-558-6484, 1-888-558-6484, or the U.S. National Human Trafficking Hotline, 1-888-373-7888. In conclusion, it's important to know about these things. I mean,
In conclusion, I better take a picture of this.
To your immediate job that you're doing, but
All this is getting deleted immediately after this, though.
because you listen to this and you pay attention to this, and you have some of these things kind of in the middle to the back of your mind. You start to see these signs. You take some action if that's what the situation calls for. Human trafficking, sexual assault, and alcohol-related harm are deeply interconnected issues, particularly within industries like the hospitality industry, where vulnerability and exploitation are more prevalent. Alcohol plays a significant role in many sexual assaults, both as a tool of coercion and as a means to incapacitate victims. The hospitality industry, with its high volume of transient people and often untrained staff, is a major setting for both labor and sex trafficking. Traffickers exploit these environments to control and exploit individuals, making it crucial for workers to be aware of red flags such as signs of physical abuse, isolation, and unusual work conditions. Combating these issues requires awareness, training, and intervention. The red zone highlights the elevated risk college students face during the first few weeks of the school year, when alcohol consumption is high and consent may be unclear. By understanding the vulnerabilities that contribute to human trafficking and sexual violence, and by recognizing the importance of consent and support for survivors, we can create safer environments. Bystander intervention, recognizing the signs of trafficking, and providing appropriate responses are essential in addressing these crimes and reducing stigma for survivors, ultimately helping to prevent further harm.
All right, quiz time. Perfect timing, too. Oh, I better have all the information. Aha! Aha! I have the 5 Ds right here. There we go. Which one is not? I have direct, delegate, I think deny. I don't see deny. I took pictures. And not true, yes. Okay. Did I get it? Oh. All right. Eesh. Oh, there's more, guys. There's more. I think this might be 4 hours.
So one of the first things we'll talk about here is identifying high-risk drinkers. There are situations where some
High-risk
drinkers may be more or less likely to encounter intoxication-related incidents and behaviors that you should watch out for. One of the first ones is drinking alone. Now, there's nothing wrong with drinking alone, but there are a few things to watch out with when someone's drinking alone. Like we just talked about, people that have mental illnesses are more likely to be drinking alone.
This is on the notes there.
One of the reasons you look at them. But just practically speaking, people that are drinking alone tend to drink faster because they're not talking to anybody and they don't have anything else to distract them except maybe
the drink.
TV and having the drink in front of them. So that can pose a risk, and it's certainly important to pay closer attention to someone who's drinking alone because they might start to drink faster, and you should try your best to reasonably slow that down. Rowdy drinkers. Yeah,
Rowdy boys.
Coming to your establishment, looking to party. Like we talked about earlier, people with expectations of partying or getting intoxicated are usually going to be able to accomplish those goals. So it's pretty easy to spot people when they come in.
I procrastinated doing this so hard by cleaning. I'm just looking around like, damn, looks nice. I should do this more.
Natural instinct is to pay closer attention to them, and that's a good instinct to have because those people are going to be taking shots. Those people are going to be trying to drink a little faster, and a lot of times if they come into your place rowdy, there's a really good chance that they've been drinking before. So counting drinks may not be as important as paying really close attention to their signs of intoxication.
This was a good call. Doing this shiny hunt while doing this bullshit, man.
Or sad.
Saving my sanity right now.
Serve someone who was crying, but even if they're not crying, if they just seem depressed or sad, then that should be a warning sign for you to pay closer attention to them, because as they drink more and more alcohol, then that depression is going to become more unpredictable, and those feelings that they have may become exaggerated. They may become more depressed. The same thing with angry guests. If you have a guest that comes in and looks very stressed out or intense or angry, then take your time and try to moderate their drinking, because as they drink alcohol, it may exaggerate those emotions, it may exaggerate that behavior. And then a fighting couple. This happens a lot of times. A lot of people will go out and something goes wrong in a date or something like that, and all of a sudden there's an argument. And when alcohol's involved with that, that can be very dangerous. And when couples are fighting, a lot of times those conversations and those tense moments can kind of kill your buzz, and it might not make you realize, or it might hide from you how intoxicated that you actually are while you're having such a conversation. And it's up to you to be counting those drinks, because they might not seem intoxicated, they might just seem upset. And you want to be really careful that just because they don't seem intoxicated, if they have a lot of drinks and they're in a situation where they're upset about something, then it might hide some of their physical symptoms of alcohol, but it is not going to hide some of those behavioral symptoms of alcohol, like bad judgment, like saying something really stupid in the middle of a fight with a significant other or something like that. So those are just some examples of high-risk drinkers. Again, this is not an exhaustive list. There are other people who you might want to watch out for as well. And when you have someone that you're suspicious about, then just pay very close attention to them when they come in. Communicate with them and talk to your coworkers and your managers about helping you keep an eye on anyone that you feel might be a high-risk drinker.
Yeah, that was a shorter video.
Alright, now we're going to talk about high-risk environments. Different establishments have characteristics that can make it more or less likely that there will be an alcohol-related incident. Likewise, different times of day, different times of the year, and an establishment's proximity to other attractions can affect how you are able to mitigate intoxication. So, happy hour is an example of a different time of day that we're going to talk more about. Different
times of the year. During the holidays, people act differently sometimes during the summer months. And then an establishment's proximity to other attractions, say if you work downtown in the metropolitan center, then a lot of times those concerts or something, you can get a large rush of people. And all of these can create different risks that you have to learn how to mitigate, and you need to know what those are at your establishment, most importantly. But we're going to talk about a few different examples. Again, this is one where your establishment is going to be different than other establishments. And if you have any kind of question, feel free to email us and think about what your establishment's risks are. And feel free to email us and ask us, how should I handle this if this is my kind of establishment? We'll do our best to send you back a response for your specific one. And you can always contact the TABC and they'll be able to help. But most importantly, follow your establishment's policies and learn from the people that have more experience in your establishment, because they'll know how to handle those environments. So the first one we're going to talk about here is happy hour. And happy hour is, that time of day right after lunch and until early evening where the drinks are a little bit less, and it's to get people that are just getting off work to come into your establishment. And a lot of places, most places, have some kind of happy hour deal for midday. Establishments like to do that because that's not the most popular time for people to come out
to drink,
have food or drinks. So they have these specials, and now it becomes a place where people go as a destination. Why is happy hour risky? Well, first reason is a lot of times in happy hour, your guests are going to have a higher tolerance than people who are used to drinking a little bit earlier in the day and are, ready for a drink right after work, whatever you take from that. You're a lot more likely to develop regulars at happy hour, and regulars can be difficult to deal with sometimes, not in the way that they're being difficult or difficult to deal with like they're being rude or whatever, but regulars are kind of a special breed in your establishment. A lot of times they feel entitled to do things that your other customers don't get to do, like be overserved or, get 2 drinks at a time when it's, not supposed to be done that way by the establishment's policy. So my advice for regulars, if you ever have to cease service to a regular, my advice personally is to definitely get a manager involved in that point, because that's one of those situations that can get a little bit testy, and you don't want to lose a regular's business, and your manager especially doesn't want to. So have them help you do that. Another way that they're risky is guests have not eaten since lunch. Typical happy hour guest is someone who works the 8 or 9 to 5 job and then gets into the bar right after work and drinks. So they haven't had anything to eat, and the alcohol is going to absorb faster into their bloodstream. That being said, the guests are not interested in food. Most of the guests coming in right after work that haven't eaten since lunch are planning on having dinner very shortly after this, so they're not interested in getting food. So that can be something to watch out for. You should still suggest food, but we'll talk about what a better way to do that is than other ways. And then shift change tends to happen right in the middle of happy hour. Most places have a lunch shift and an evening shift, I'm sure as you're aware, and happy hour tends to take up a little bit of each of those shifts. So that can be really dangerous too when you have different servers coming on and off the floor. So how can you mitigate the damage from happy hour? Well, some things you can do. First, count their drinks very closely. Because they have a higher tolerance, a lot of times their signs of intoxication will not show, but you still need to be aware of how much they're drinking and know what their BACs are getting to. And most of the time in a happy hour setting, you're starting from 0. Like they didn't drink while they were at work. So a lot of times you are. So counting drinks is very effective. Get the management involved, especially like I said with regulars. Having the management involved and present is very important. Make sure you have good communication with the management. You also want to give the guests water. This
Hella
can help
water.
moderate the absorption of alcohol since they haven't eaten in a while. So giving them water is good. And like we said, guests aren't interested in food, so When you're recommending food to a happy hour guest, which you absolutely should do, you shouldn't recommend the most expensive dinner item on the menu. Don't recommend the filet mignon with blue cheese and bacon, or the expensive veal dish or whatever it might be. Try to get them to eat some chips or some cheese sticks or some type of appetizer plate. They're more likely to eat that at happy hour than they are to get a full meal. And then finally, when you're talking about the shift change aspect, you want to communicate with your staff at shift change. So if you're the day person, if you're the lunch person, then you want to make sure that the night person knows where everybody's at, what everybody's had to drink, and how they've been behaving. And if you're the night person, then you want to make sure you check with the day person about all those things as well. Communication is key during happy hour, especially if it's a busy one, for all of those reasons.
I don't remember the last time a shiny hunt took me this long. They used to be so painless. All right, this one's 6 minutes. Man, they're getting longer.
Like we were talking about, your establishment is allowed to sell alcohol until 3 a.m. and that can be really late. So that can be a really risky environment. Why is it risky? One of the main reasons is if you work at a place that serves alcohol late at night, then it is very likely that you're going to get guests who have had alcohol somewhere else before they got to your place. Now, this means that counting drinks is not going to be as effective sometimes, but that is definitely a risk. Another risk is playing catch-up. I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about when I say playing catch-up, and some of you may have tried to do it before, and if you have, you learned the harsh lesson that it doesn't work. Playing catch-up means that when someone gets off of work and they go to meet their friends out, their friends may have been drinking for a lot longer than them and may already be in the throes of having a good time and partying pretty hard. And then they get there and they feel like they're a little bit left out. So they try to drink a little bit extra to, quote, catch up to where their friends are. Well, if you drink faster, you're never going to get to that exact level that the other people are. And that's why it's dangerous. Like we talked about, the liver can only handle so much. If you drink really fast, then you're not going to catch up with your friends. What's going to happen is you're going to pass them at breakneck speed and end up in a difficult situation. Another late night risk is late night drinkers are more likely to drive from there. That's just statistically speaking. It may be that late night drinkers are just in more danger, or part of that may be that late night drinkers are in more danger of getting pulled over, and another part of it might be that they're just not very good at planning. Maybe that's why they're out late at night, but the simple fact is that people that drink late at night are more likely to drive after leaving your establishment. People don't want the night to end. A lot of times you can see this when you have people in your establishment late at night. They're trying a little too hard to keep it going when they should have gone to bed. And you have to pay attention to that with their signs of intoxication, especially their physical coordination and their reaction time being slowed down. And be especially careful for the late night loner. We've talked about people drinking alone and how they might have different issues that make them high risk, but this is all compounded when you have one person.
Oh, 48, lucky number.
Long after
Gotta name this one Lucky.
Have gone to bed around the rest
Oh, I
of the
didn't
world.
name it Lucky, damn it. I just not realized.
A lot
It's
of
the
times
the one.
friends have decided that their best interest was to go to bed. Maybe they were trying to make something else happen in their night, and it didn't work out. There's a lot of reasons why late night loner can be especially dangerous. You want to be very careful with late night loner. So, in a late night environment, how can you mitigate the damages caused by alcohol? Well, the most important thing to do with late night guests is communicate early and often. Talk to them when they get in.
evaluate their signs of intoxication, because, like I said, there's a good chance they were drinking somewhere else before. Do not just serve them based on mere first impression. Get a much deeper impression of that guest and continue to pay close attention to them. And the best way to do that is to communicate with them. Communicate with them when they get there, communicate with them while they're there, and especially communicate with them before they leave. And slow down service. Look, like we discussed, your job as an alcohol server is to moderate their drinking in a way that is safe and acceptable and appropriate. So get some closing done. Stock some beer, cut some lemons, roll some silverware while they drink. Put a water in front of them so that they can drink at their own pace and they can finish their entire drink before asking for another one. And then, even after that, maybe give them a few minutes to drink that water before you get back over to them. It's reasonable. Look, your tip might go down 1 or 2%, but if you have to cut someone off, your tip's going to go down to 0%. Remember that. So try your best to moderate their drinking, especially late at night. Have food options available. A lot of times with late night scenarios, you get someone that comes in after your kitchen's, quote, closed. In my experience, I've been a place where the kitchen stopped serving food at 11, but we didn't stop serving alcohol until 2:30 or 3 a.m.
Oof.
In those situations, I would always make sure that I could access the chips and dip, or maybe have the kitchen leave a couple of wings left over. Make a deal with the kitchen so that you can get to some food in exchange for cleaning up that area after you're done. But have something available for them to eat. Take control of the music if possible. When someone doesn't want the night to end, there's nothing that substitutes for how powerful music can be on the, quote, savage beast. So if you've got any control of the music, put on something that's a little bit more chill. Don't put on music that's appropriate for partying and for, rowdying up people. Put on some easy listening, if you will.
Some jazz.
The music and the volume of the music can really be your enemy or your ally when dealing with late night guests. And most importantly, in addition to communicating, is to pay close attention to the signs of intoxication. Because, again, they probably had drinks before they got into your establishment. So counting their drinks may not be the most effective strategy. Putting one drink in front of them or them having 1 or 2 drinks might be enough to send them over the edge. So you want to pay very close attention to their signs of intoxication and communicate with them. And just be reasonable again. If you have any questions, again, if you would like to email us, feel free. We'll do our best to answer those questions as soon as we can. Special events and holidays can be especially risky at times. If you work at a place that is like a hotel or event center, or if you work for a catering company that does weddings and things like that, then often you'll encounter people that are celebrating. And when people are celebrating, they tend to drink faster. They cheers each other. They buy each other shots. A lot of times there's an open bar or things like that. And in those cases, it can be extremely risky. Another reason that these things can be risky, especially again in hotel or banquet or event center events, is that people have a tendency to bring in outside alcohol. If you've ever bartended at a wedding or served at a wedding or retirement party or banquet, then at the end you've probably found little airplane bottles of whiskey and other
people are
types
sneaky
of alcohol
fuckers, man.
snuck in their purses. And when people are staying at a hotel, a lot of times they'll have alcohol in their room that they'll bring down into the event. Often with open bars and with weddings and events and things like that, you'll have multiple serving stations. Those little bars that you put on wheels and you can roll around to different parts of the banquet hall or event center. When that happens, it can be especially difficult to keep up with how many drinks your guests have had. And then expectations. Again, this kind of goes along with celebrating, but when people are celebrating, when they've taken a day off to go to a friend's wedding, and they expect to party, they expect to dance. It's not like a normal night of having dinner when you're at a wedding or a banquet or something like that. So when people's expectations are high, they can be difficult to deal with. You have to explain to them that the law is the same. And a lot of times in these special events, and this goes with both weddings and events like if you work near a concert hall or sports stadium, then you will get large crowds for those events. And when you have that many people, just the sheer number, you're going to end up with a lot of inexperienced drinkers. So you need to count their drinks and pay close attention to their signs of intoxication, because a lot of people at these things, this is a special occasion for them. They're not used to going out and having alcohol as much as some of your regulars or coworkers, for that matter, that you might see more often. And like I said, there's large crowds and rushes, and that can make it very difficult for you to do your job and keep up with how many drinks people have had, and to pay close attention to your guests. So these are the reasons why, or some of the reasons why, these special events and holidays can be especially risky. So how should you handle them? Well, some things you can do. Like I said, you have to pay very close attention to signs of intoxication because of outside alcohol, because of celebrating, because of the inexperienced drinkers. People tend to show their signs of intoxication and lose their inhibitions a little bit faster in these events, so pay attention to those. And communicate with your staff. Teamwork is especially important when you have large crowds of people, and it's especially important when you have multiple stations serving alcohol, to make sure that you are talking to your manager and that your management is involved with everyone that's serving alcohol at the time. And have a plan. Most places have a lineup that they do before shifts, and this is extremely important when you're working at a place where there's going to be a big event nearby. For instance, in downtown Nashville, I worked at a place that was right in between a few different event centers, like the Ryman Auditorium and the Bridgestone Arena and the Titan Stadium. So we would always make sure that the servers knew what the plan was going to be, and that the bartenders knew what the plan was going to be once that event hits. Because when that rush of people comes in, if you are not prepared, then you're going to have an extremely difficult time mitigating intoxication and intoxication-related incidents, not to mention just serving your customers in general. And communicate with the guests. It can be difficult to do when people are not there necessarily for the dining experience, when they're there just to have a bite to eat, to drink before the concert or before the game, or when they're there to celebrate a friend or family member's wedding or retirement or a Christmas party or something. But it's still very important in those situations to try to make eye contact with guests, to try to evaluate their speech and their behavior patterns and their intoxication signs. And you need to be paying close attention to how you are doing that, and try extra hard to do that during these particular kinds of situations and environments. Pay attention to entrances and exits. This is especially important with your weddings and your event centers and hotels. You'll have multiple entrances and exits, and you have multiple stations serving. So people will try to sneak in alcohol, or they'll try to sneak out with their drink. And you need to communicate with your management and with the rest of your staff to make sure that you're keeping an eye on those things and catching people and stopping them from doing things illegally. And remember, the law is the same, whether you're serving alcohol in a bar or restaurant, or whether you're serving alcohol at a wedding. It's still the same law, and this can be difficult. People think that they can drink more because they're staying in a hotel, for example, or because it's a bride's special day, or because this is the best man. Believe me, in my experience, I've had to cut off a bride, and I've had to cut off a handful of best men. It's never a comfortable situation, so communicating with them early, getting help from their friends and family,
can be something that's easier to do at a wedding or family friend event like that.
The law is the
There's
same.
usually some type of protective mother, aunt figure that you can parlay on your behalf to help you deal with an intoxicated member of a wedding party, for example. So, but the important thing is
back
that
with just
the
so
law
much right
is
now.
the same. It is illegal to serve someone too much alcohol. It is illegal to serve someone who is visibly intoxicated, even if it is their brother who's getting married, or even if it is their special day and they look great in their dress. These are things where you want to communicate with your management, communicate with your staff, and be especially careful.
Especially careful. Young drinkers. This one's gonna be
Our
important.
last risky environment that we're going to discuss is young drinkers. If you work at an establishment that caters to young drinkers, say for instance near a college campus or possibly in a neighborhood that specifically is more young, has more young people in it, then these are some of the things here. And I think it's probably pretty obvious now why it's risky, but we're going to go over it anyway because, like we told you, this can be a little bit repetitive. And we're repeating it because it's important. But young drinkers tend to have a lower tolerance. And tolerance, again, does not necessarily affect BAC. So a young drinker might have a lower BAC, but still be affected by alcohol because their body's not used to the way alcohol affects them. So this can cause more dramatic effects. Young drinkers tend to not know their limits. So it makes it a lot easier to pass over them quickly. Young drinkers tend to show their signs of intoxication a little bit more obviously, but then when they get intoxicated past the point where they can control themselves, that can become a dangerous situation. Young drinkers are often actively trying to get drunk. That's precisely so they can identify what and where their limits are. So when people have the expectation or actively putting in the effort to get drunk, they are more likely to have an alcohol-related incident and drink to intoxication.
Yeah, I definitely did that.
Young drinkers are also more likely to do other drugs, and these all kind of go along the same lines of not knowing their limits and trying to figure out where their limits are, experimenting with different things.
This is a long-ass course, bro.
If you have a reasonable knowledge that someone has been doing other drugs, then you should not serve them, and that can be especially problematic and probable with younger drinkers. And younger drinkers are often more likely to use fake, borrowed, or altered IDs. This is pretty obvious why they would want to use those, is because they're not old enough to drink in the first place. So that's definitely something else to be watching out for. What you can do in a younger drinking scenario, an environment that caters to younger drinkers, pay close attention to signs of intoxication. Pay very close attention to those physical and behavioral characteristics and their changes when dealing with younger drinkers. But those signs of intoxication are often pretty easy to spot. When you're dealing with younger drinkers, communicate with them. When you're communicating with them, try to encourage them to do other things besides drink. Get them to play a game. Get them to do some dancing or sing karaoke or whatever the particular event or attraction is at your establishment. Try to get their mind on something else so that they'll leave their drink alone for a little bit more between sips. And with younger drinkers, it's incredibly important to serve one drink at a time. We told you that George Burns quote about 13 or 14 drinks. Well, with a young drinker, it might be 3 or 4 drinks. So in those situations, you definitely do not want to hand them the 4th and 5th drink at the same time, because that 5th drink is going to be more than they can handle. And again, communicate. Engage younger drinkers throughout the visit. Let them know. It'll make them feel more safe. A lot of times these are foreign environments. These are new experience for younger drinkers, and they're trying their best to learn the ropes and to figure out their way in life in general. So talk to them. Let them know that you're there if they need some help, and
get that trust. That way, when they do start to feel intoxicated, they will trust you when you tell them that they've had enough, because they don't know yet. Be vigilant in checking IDs. Do not rely on a door guy. Do not rely on the other members of your staff, and do not take their word for it. Check their IDs carefully. If it is not reasonable to not check IDs carefully in an environment that caters to younger drinkers. So any of those places that typically have younger crowds, it is going to be a flat out unacceptable thing to do to not be carding everyone in those kinds of places, almost certainly by definition. Again, if you have any questions about any of the things that we've talked about, email us those questions by using the link below.
Oops, I didn't take a picture of that.
Do another review talking about the things that we've just discussed, some of these techniques and how to identify certain types of scenarios and drinkers. So take a couple of minutes and do this review, and then we'll be right back with you.
The law is the same. Happy hour drinkers can be risky because they have not eaten lunch. Oops. I was trying to do that without the music. Alright, one more reset because I want to stay at the no music zone right now. All right, just get to the screen here. There we go. Late night drinkers driving and haven't eaten lunch, all the above. %. Woo. Okay. 6 more lessons and then the final exam. Fuck. All right. Submit my number. Okay. All right, finally.
All right, now we're going to talk about some techniques in dealing with intoxicated patrons or dealing with alcohol service. The first one is cutting a guest off. When you're cutting a guest off or ceasing service, it's rarely a pleasant conversation, but communication is key. You want to pay
very close attention to the person. You don't want to ever cut someone off before it's appropriate to cut them off. So if you don't communicate with them, maybe you overhear them telling a joke or telling a story or something, and you're not talking to them. You just think that they're drunk. And it turns out they're not, and that can cause a confrontation. And the big theme of all of this is that you want to be non-confrontational. You want to make sure you get help from your manager, from your security personnel, and there's some don'ts. There's some things you shouldn't do, and one of them is you shouldn't just say no to someone.
Never say no.
When you see service to a guest, instead of saying, no, you can't have any alcohol, you should say something like, how about I get you something else? Or can I get you water? Can I get you coffee or something like that instead of no? Because, again, it causes confrontation. I'm going to repeat that over and over again. You're trying to be non-confrontational. Some other things you should not do. You should not put yourself in a situation where you see service to a guest and then realize that there was a misunderstanding. You must backtrack on the decision. Once you cut off a guest, you must stick with that decision. If you cut a guest off and then backtrack on that, then a lot of witnesses and that guest and your coworkers all see you serving someone that you reasonably thought was intoxicated just moments ago. So
Yeah.
really bad for you. You should also not short pour a guest. So what short pouring a guest means is someone orders a drink from you, say a vodka tonic, and you put just a little bit of vodka in there and a whole lot of tonic, thinking that you're doing them a favor by slowing them down. That is not a reasonable way to slow a guest down. You're not avoiding anything unpleasant. You're just prolonging the inevitable. Plus, you're serving an intoxicated person in front of guests and security cameras or whatever else, increasing the chances that you'll be held responsible for that.
If anything
behavior.
happens, yeah.
It's like poker. They say if it's good enough to call, it's good enough to raise. Well, the same is true in alcohol. If someone's too drunk for for a full drink, then they're too drunk for a half drink. So don't short pour a guest. Also, do not argue with a guest that you are cutting off. No one wins that argument. Tell them you cannot serve them anymore and try your best to leave it at that. Under no circumstances should you tell them that they are drunk or that they have had enough. These are subjective statements that beg for a response that will ensnare you in a discussion with an irrational person. And further, that irrational person is going to be on the defensive. And what I always told my employees was that if you're having an argument with a drunk person, then you've already lost, because they're not going to remember that argument the next day, and you're letting it interfere with your ability to make money. Tell them that you'll lose your job. Tell them that it's against your policy. Tell them if they ask why you're cutting them off, just say because you said so. Something that they can't argue with is the best way to go. But they can argue with a statement like you are drunk or you have had enough. So, again, all of this about cutting a guest off is about keeping the confrontation to a minimum. Trying to make it last as little time as possible and trying to have as little argument as possible while dealing with this. Welcome back, and now we're going to take some of the things that we've talked about and discussed and learned today and try to put it all together and apply it to some practical scenarios that you may encounter at your establishment while you are serving alcohol. So let's just jump right into it. The first scenario, it is shift change and a guest has been served a beer by the previous bartender.
You need to tell them how many.
Under 21. What should you do if the guest orders another beer? So hopefully your
ID them again.
To this is that you feel like you should ask them for their ID. Communicate with the person at shift change. It's definitely something you should be doing. Find out if they've carded them. But if you still feel like you know, you would just want to make sure that's a perfectly reasonable thing to go over there and card them again, and make sure that you're confident that you're not serving someone underage, because you are responsible for it. Saying, well, they
Yeah.
already had a beer is not going to be a
Held.
viable defense if you're in some trouble about this.
It's not a good
scenario,
shield.
you overhear a guest discussing having used illegal or prescription drugs earlier in the evening. What should you do? Hopefully, after all this time, your response is that you shouldn't serve them any alcohol. Suggest something else. But yeah, I mean, you're not going to come across this probably as much as some other scenarios, but if you do overhear somebody saying that they have just used drugs, then don't serve them any alcohol. That's against the law. Third scenario. A guest comes in and begins drinking very quickly, ordering a drink more than once every 10 minutes. What should you do? You should use reasonable efforts. We've been talking about these a while, so use reasonable efforts to try to control and slow down their drinking. There are a lot of ways you can do that we've talked about. One is making sure that they have a water that they can drink, so you can let their drink get empty and, you know, maybe even not give them perfect service. If they've got a water, they're not going to be quite as upset about that. Make sure you're offering them food. Like, strongly suggest food if they're drinking that fast. You know, and if they're exhibiting other signs of being upset or something, try to talk to them, slow them down a little bit. You know? So just basically reasonable efforts like we've been talking about. Fourth scenario, you overhear a guest discussing how much they have already had to drink. They mention having just left the last bar and how they had 5 shots. Then they order more shots from you. What should you do? Okay, so the answer to this one might be a little bit more complex, but, you know, here's what I would say to do is, first of all, pay attention, like we've been talking about. The 2 big things, paying attention and communicating with your guests. These are the best techniques. So pay attention to them and see if they're exhibiting signs of intoxication, and communicate with them to see if they're exhibiting signs of intoxication. And if they are, then, you know, act accordingly. But, you know, this is one of those where you might be tempted to jump to a conclusion to it. Perhaps they're talking about having 5 shots at the last bar where they bought 4 shots from other people. Maybe they had 5 shots at the last bar over 6 hours and their BAC is not that bad. You know, so get some more context, pay close attention, communicate with the guest, and then act accordingly based on the other things that we talked about. Fifth scenario, your guest stumbles on the way to the bathroom. What should you do? Okay, this is another one. Might seem like a easy decision to just cut them off, but personally, I have seen people trip and stumble when they weren't intoxicated. I've done it myself, so you can't just automatically draw the conclusion that they're intoxicated, but it's definitely a reason to perk your ears up and pay closer attention to that guest and go communicate with that guest, find out if they're intoxicated, and then act accordingly. If it is a sign of intoxication and they're so intoxicated that they cannot walk straight, then they probably shouldn't be drinking anymore. 6, your guest is slurring their speech when ordering. What should you do? Well,
Hey,
99%
49.
of the time, this is going to be because they're too intoxicated to drink anymore, and you should cease service. There is the rare occasion where it's a medical condition or the result of, you know, cerebral palsy or stroke or some other condition. If that's the case, then you should try your best to be careful with that. But chances are, if someone's slurring their speech, they're too intoxicated to have another drink. You should probably cut them off. 7th scenario, a guest looks under 21 and you ask for their ID. The guest tells you that they were carded at the door and that they have a stamp on their hand. What should you do? Well, hopefully you know that you should ask them for their ID. You should not trust the doorman or take their word for it, because neither of those things are going to be sufficient defenses for your actions. Those are not reasonable efforts to make sure that you are not serving a guest under 21. And besides, if someone is not going to give you their ID, that person probably has something to hide. So you're asking for trouble if you just take their word for it. And, you know, putting a mark or a stamp on your hand, depending on the place you're at, is not tremendously difficult. So, next scenario. A large party is together and ordering multiple rounds. one person keeps ordering more than the other members of the party. What should you do? Well, if it's a large party, then there are a few different opportunities for you to make some efforts to avoid a bad situation. One, if it's a large party, you can seek out one of their friends to kind of let them know, hey, your buddy's drinking a little faster than everybody, and there's a good chance that if he doesn't keep it under control, or if he starts acting out, then I'm gonna have to make the entire group leave. So if you wouldn't mind, maybe you could go, let him in on that information and try to defuse the situation before something bad happens. A lot of times I can avoid the confrontation and keep the conversation private, like we talked about before. Another thing with a large party is that if you've had any experience with this, there are a couple of different things. You might be working it with another server, in which case you guys can communicate about this and work out a strategy. And with a large party, there's almost always something that needs to be done. Somebody else needs a drink. Somebody else needs silverware, dressing, or dessert, or pre-bussing. And there are things you can do that still are providing service to your guests without really focusing on paying attention to this guy who's on his X number drink when everybody else is on, their Y number drink. You can, deal with
blasted
other
my cat with
situations
smoke
at the
on
table
accident.
besides this, so it's a good chance to kind of
I'm gonna blow
ignore
it this
that
way.
guy and try to pace it out. But you should
Sorry,
talk
buddy.
to your management. You should let them know of the issue. You should try to use the reasonable efforts we've been talking about to control the pace at which this guest is drinking in any way you can without becoming confrontational.
Oops.
Number 9. You have a regular who asks for a beer after last call and promises to tip extra. What should you do? Well, my joke here is always that you should get the tip up front. But no, what you really should do is, depends on when your last call is. If your last call is after or at the legal time at which you can't
10
serve drinks
p.m.
anymore, then you should definitely not serve them a drink. If it's before that, then that's really kind of up to your establishment. I would talk to your manager, but definitely do not serve a guest after the legal time to stop serving guests has passed. And
3 a.m. I'm in.
promise they're going to tip extra. Tell them they can tip you extra the next time they come in during serving. 10th scenario. 2 men are becoming argumentative in your establishment. You ask them to calm down and they continue to grow louder. What should you do? Well, here's what you should not do.
You should
Do not insert yourself
intervene,
into
yeah.
a physical confrontation between two idiots that have had too much to drink and are trying to act all Charlie Bronson in your establishment. Because if you jump in and try to be all Steve McQueen in the situation, you are going to have a bad time for a lot longer than either of those two idiots. What you should do is get prepared to call the police.
Oh, bastard.
Get your guests that are close or in the range of, whatever conflict might escalate there. Get them to safety in a quickest way as possible and let your manager know. But do not get involved in it, because if you try to break up that fight and you end up elbowing one of the guys in the eye, you're going to be civilly liable for assault, because that was not your fight. You are not defending yourself. You are not doing anything, legally noble by jumping in there. You are doing something that's going to put you at personal risk of being on the wrong end of a civil lawsuit, because you are not a law enforcement officer. You do not have the right to restrain people with violence. So, as heroic as it might seem, it's a stupid idea. Let those idiots do the damage that they're going to do. They're going to be held responsible for it. Just protect your guest and the innocent bystanders to the best of your ability. Notify your manager. Get ready to call police and stay out of those idiots' way. 11. A coworker asks you to run drinks to a table, and when you get there, you feel the guest may be underage. What should you do? You should check their IDs. Because it is illegal to do two things. That is, sell alcohol to an underage guest and serve alcohol to an underage guest. And there have been actual cases where two people have gotten busted for serving and selling to the same person the same drink. So you can still be held accountable for it if you hand the drink to them. That is serving alcohol. Even if it's on somebody else's bill, you can also be punished for that. held responsible for that. So yes, if a coworker asks you to run drinks to a table and you think they're too young, you check their IDs. And the last of our dozen sample scenarios here, you see service to a guest and arrange for a taxi to give them a ride home. Good job. You tell your manager. Good job. And you ask for an incident report. Good job. But your manager says they're too busy to do it and that the guest is not your problem anymore, not the establishment's problem anymore. What should you do? Well, you should make some kind of documentation for it for your own protection. This is where, writing it down on your check pad or making a notation of it that's time-stamped in your smartphone, or, writing it down and taking a picture of it with your smartphone. Whatever the case may be. I wouldn't recommend a social media post in this circumstance, but document the incident, and that way if something bad happens, even if your establishment's not protected because they didn't do anything reasonable to prevent the incident, you can say, this is what I did, and you'll have proof of it. All right? So I hope that those scenarios made sense. If you have any questions about them or want any clarification about it, shoot us an email. Welcome back. Now we're going to talk about some techniques to prevent intoxication or alcohol-related incidents. And first thing we're going to talk about is how to cut a guest off, how to cease service to a guest. And this is something that you're going to come across, but at some point in your career, you're going to have to tell a guest that, you can't have any more to drink. So first we're going to start with some things that you should not do. When you're cutting the guest off, you should never just say no. Your guest says, hey, can I have another drink? Don't just say no. Suggest something else instead. A couple of reasons for this. One, you don't want to be confrontational. We'll talk more about that, obviously, you can see below. But when you just reject someone, you put them on the defensive, you make it confrontational. So if you say, how about some coffee or a soft drink, and they say no, then you compassionately state that you cannot serve them any more alcohol, but you'd be happy to get them something else. Another thing you should never do is make it personal. Don't use language that makes it personal.
No.
Again, this causes confrontation, but it also gives the guest some little crack in the doorway to get through to start an argument, right? So if you say, I'm not serving you because you are intoxicated, you've just given them an opportunity to say, no, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
And you really don't have much that you can respond with at that point. But if you keep it about what you can do instead of trying to talk about their characteristics, then you give them less opportunity, right? So for example, if they say, I'd like to have another drink, and you say, I'm sorry, can I get you a coffee or a glass of water instead? And they say no. You say, well, I can't serve you because it is against the law. Well, they can't argue with that. They can try to, but you can just stick to that, and or you can say this is against my company policy and I'll lose my job. That's something that they even they have even less of an argument against.
Yeah.
They don't know your company policies. They don't know that what the consequences are. But if you say you're drunk, they're going to say no, I'm not. Or you've had enough, they're going to say no, I haven't.
No, I haven't.
What you say? I think you have. Okay, that's fine, but
Can't prove it.
why even have that argument? If you're having an argument with a drunk person while you're supposed to be working,
You're already lost.
You've already lost the argument because they're not going to remember. And while you're having that argument, you're not making money, which is what you're doing. So along those same lines, just don't use confrontational language. Don't get angry. Don't take things personally. Intoxicated people, like I said, they don't remember. They're not of their full senses, and if you've ever made a mistake while you're intoxicated, then you certainly can have sympathy for people in that situation. If you have never made a mistake while you're intoxicated, then woohoo, good for you. Never short pour a guest, right? So if you think someone's too intoxicated and they order a drink and you don't want to cut them off because you're afraid of confrontation, which you should deal with, but some people think it's an okay idea to just pour them less alcohol or just a little bit of alcohol. But that's a terrible idea for a number of reasons. First reason is that if that person's so intoxicated that you're suspicious of serving them, then somebody else there, be it a guest, be it a law enforcement agent, be it your manager, whatever, they also see that. And what they're seeing right there is you pour a drink for someone that they suspect is too intoxicated to have a drink. Additionally, to go along with that, if an incident occurs, an accident occurs, or that person gets in some kind of trouble to where the bar could be held liable under dram shop laws, then those witnesses are going to say, well, yeah, he looked too intoxicated and you poured him a drink. And what are you going to say? Well, I only poured him, a quarter of a drink because I thought he was too drunk. That's not going to go over well. If he's too drunk for one drink, then he's too drunk for a half a drink. If he's too drunk for one drink, he's too drunk for a quarter of a drink. So don't do that. That's just putting yourself and your establishment in a precarious situation there. And then don't cut a guest off before you communicate with them. We've talked a lot about communication, and that's the biggest thing you can do. But you may misunderstand the situation. If you aren't directly involved with the guest, he may have just been overreacting. And if that's the case and you cut him off, then you might put yourself in a situation where you shouldn't have cut him off, but then you have to stick to your guns. And
I'm about to do 400. Like, we're about to hit 400. Pretty much 100 and something an hour.
Why you were ceasing service to this guest. Don't do it prematurely,
we started
because that can create
45-25.
as well. So go communicate.
We're about to hit
before you serve
49-25. That's 400.
cut 'em off, and then
God
make
damn, 400
a
resets.
knowledgeable decision about what you're going to do, so that you can prevent any other collateral consequences that might be bad.
Collateral consequences.
And this concludes the class. You are finished with all the videos and quizzes. Congratulations.
The final test.
Now, what's going to happen is you are going to take the exam, and I believe in you, and you are going to get all the questions right. But you have to get at least 35 of the 50 right to get a 70% or better.
35.
Once you do that, because again, you will, then we will submit your
All right, let's leave it at
scores
400 right
to
here.
the Tennessee Alcoholic Beverage Commission. And then 2 to 3 business days after you take your test, your card should be downloadable at that tn.gov site where you got that RLPS number so long ago.
Oh, good thing I saved it.
Fun thing to do. Remember, your card is not going to be mailed to you. It's not going to be emailed to you. It's going to be your responsibility to go to that tn.gov website where you got your RLPS number, go under My Records, under the Home tab, and your card should be there to download. Download it, save a copy to your phone, email a copy to your boss so they can have one on file.
We did
You'll
it.
be good to go.
We did it.
And that's
Well,
it. And then
I just
you're
gotta
good
take the
for
fucking
5
test.
years after that. You don't have to deal with this again for 5 more
5 years? Oh, sweet.
we really appreciate you taking our class. If you found it relatively painless, please tell somebody that you work with or a friend that you know is in the business to take our class.
Only the reason I got through it was because I
Thank you
did
very
400
much.
fucking soft resets while taking the fucking test. All right. Now, time for the exam. All right, let's do it. Let's see what's up. I gotta get 35 right. Okay. It's like asking all the same questions as before. Absorption. Small intestine. It can only do a drink, right? 0.5. It does not affect. I have this in my notes. I think it's 0.6, right? Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on. All right, I finished the fucking exam now. I'm all done with that shit. It took about 4 hours. 4.5. It's crazy. Ah. Now I just gotta email it to myself and then email it to my boss. Woohoo! Hold up. Oh fuck, where'd it go? Okay. Cool. Now I got it on my phone. Oh, is it shiny? Hell no. We're about to hit 5,000. Alright, well, now I'm all done with that shit. Now I gotta send it to my boss. Oh, man. Alright. Fuck. I'll just have to show her. It's over! We did it! We fucking did it! The last fucking 4.5 hours were brutal, but it's over. At least I was able to shiny hunt the whole time. And I still passed with flying colors. It's all good. I only missed 4 questions, and I'm pretty sure it was bullshit. Some of them are true, are like trick questions. I know it. Fucking catch you lacking. I kind of want to get to 5,000 and then call it, take a break. Well, we'll see. Let me see. Let me tell my buddy I'm all done with this shit. Can I download it? Oops, saved it to the drive. Alright, it's in my files now. I'm trying to send this while I'm trying to do this. Sorry, guys. Skip the VOD if you want. It don't matter. This was a very boring stream, but I had to do it. It was the only sane way to do it. Now I just want to be done. I can print it, forward it. I can't download it? Oh, I didn't mean to archive it. Oops. Whoops, how do I find it? Uh-oh. Shit, where's my archived shit? What? There it is. Let me check my files too, like, I know I put it in there. That would have been a great nature, honestly. Files. That's terrible. All right, we did it. Now I told my buddy to hit me up when we're doing the Elden Ring shit. I'll literally have been live all day now. Man. Well, if I was gonna waste the day doing that, I might as well fucking do streaming. Fuck. Ooh, it's so itchy. God damn. I need to get me one of them hair brushes that are like kind of pointy and just use that as a back stretcher. Man, those are the best. Just fully dedicated for that. I'm a very itchy person, I think. Always have been. Dry skin, maybe? I don't know. I don't feel ashy ever. Oh. Nah. Dude, if I could find it like before odds, that would be cool. I'm pretty sure I've had more than 4,000 encounters. Like, I had to do an estimate because I've been doing it offline a lot for about 5.5 hours or 6 hours a day. After work and shit. That's all I do while I'm watching shows and all that. So, probably have more than what's on the counter there, but, you know, rough estimate. That's what I get for not actually keeping track when I'm offline. Alright, I'm no longer getting my license. So, let me update the title here. How many hours does the game say I have on here so far? Let me see. 70 or more. Let me type that in that. 70 plus hours. Yeah. There we go. That gives it a little bit more drama. I've been at the fucking lab for more than 70 hours. It's crazy. What's worse is it's not gonna register that time that I put into it, like on the save file at all, because I've just been reset it at 1 minute. But the Switch knows. Switch knows what I've put it through. Oh yeah. Honestly, I'll just keep going till my buddy texts me. You know what? Let me try and email it flat tire because I know the. Yeah. Yeah, I sent it. Let me see. Yep, got it. They got it. We're safe. If they need more, then they can ask for more. But for now, we're good. We're chilling. Oh, man. It could literally be the next one, though. It's one in 8,192, right? That sounds right. We've been a little bit above half odds right now. What should we do for entertainment? Like every 30, I do like, I don't know. I go cuddle my cat or something. I don't know. Fuck. Oh, we're almost at 5,000. Sometimes I just be resetting without looking, to be honest. Oh. Alright, now I'm back on this focused. All I want is that green shell to pop up right now, bro. That's all I want more than anything right now. Oh. Alright. That's taken care of. I have nothing to worry about for this weekend. Next week I do taxes, but whatever. That comes later. That's when my appointment is. I'm not putting it off. I really ought to learn, like, do my taxes myself, bro. Alright, 2 more and it's a lucky number. 4949. This is gonna be so worth it. And not a waste of time if I get the shiny. If I quit, it's a waste of time. Like I did it for nothing. You know what I mean? That's what I keep telling myself to keep going. Oh, here we go. This one's not the lucky one, but the next one. All right, 4949. This is one we have to nickname Lucky. It'll land. I know it'll land. Oop. Lucky the Squirtle, the shiny Squirtle. Damn it. All right, you know what? I need a break. All right. Oh, we're back. Come on, buddy. Oh. Damn. It's 420, blaze it. It's all right, man. This is what I signed up for. I kind of knew. I was hoping it was gonna be easier than this, but I kind of knew what I was getting myself into. $49.58. Why is she crying? My dog's just going crazy outside. I could hear her. It's probably my mom or something messing with her. Hey, Rob. At what point does the Switch stop estimating hours and just tells you straight up like, hey bro, you put 2,000 hours into this, man? Never. I didn't even bother. The professor does look annoyed while you're taking so long. You're right. Damn, some poor motherfucker is at 8,438 right now. That's above odds. Yeah, dude, the shinies in this game are so rare. Shinies in this are earned, bro. Not everybody gets a shiny, and I need to get a shiny in this, bro. I've been putting. I really want my fucking starter to be shiny for the first time ever, ever. It's mine. Damn, that's pretty damn good. '25th reset? Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. Motherfucker. Oh, they only did it for 25 hours. I've been at it for 70, so fuck you, buddy. Look at that thing. Shiny Charmander. You bastard. How come they didn't block his fucking game? I can get to 5,000 right now, and I can probably call it there. Take a little break, eat something, and then play some Elden Ring later. That guy keeps finding shiny after shiny, bro. I swear. I'm going for Snorlax too. I gotta have my shiny Snorlax. I wonder if I missed the shiny already. If I've already got no, I would have noticed the blue border. I would have noticed it by now. $49.88. Shit, bro. I did a lot of it today. Pretty much did 1,000 between yesterday and today, man. Fuck. Almost. $49.90. Just about to break that 5,000, bro. Fuck. Any day now, bro. I know it. Any fucking day. My goodness. Oops. Come on, I gotta hit 5,000 before it turns 5 o'clock. It's only 4:40 right now. I got time. My ear is sweating like crazy, man. More. 6 more. Although we're about to get it right now. Right fucking now. This is the one. I know it's the one. How do I know? I just know. It's always the next one. Fuck. Dude, I'll be shiny hunting when I go to Japan if I need to, bro. Swear. It's 5,000 after this one. All right. I'll stop it at 5,001 because you always got to do one more. Up. All right. Peace out, everybody. I'll be streaming again in just a little bit.